Good morning, everyone. I think we're going to start in about 5 minutes. Apologies for the delay. Hey, and folks, for the members who are online on Zoom, if you go into the right-hand side where there's a list of participants and you hover your mouse over your name and over where the mute button is, you'll see 3 dots show up and you click on that. And you can rename yourself by putting your affiliation. So like Nithya has Nithya Rajan, Texas A&M. You know, Jennifer, you could add on your affiliation, and Barry, etc. And that way, when it shows up as on YouTube for anyone watching, they'll know what your affiliation is. Morning, folks. If we can get the last stragglers to their seats, we're gonna get going. Stragglers. I tried to launch, it didn't launch. Okay. How's everyone doing this morning?
Good.
Excellent, excellent. Hope for the folks here, hope you guys all had a good dinner last night. And I hope everybody also received the email that got sent out, I don't know, 11 o'clock or something last night with some of the highlighted additions that came from Jeff and team that I integrated into the full document. Okay. Shall I? Okay, so we're gonna get going here. And I'm going to do the roll call, so okay.
I do.
All right. Thank you. Here you go. Okay, so Raymond Changuet. Barry Berg.
I'm here.
Okay, hey Barry. And on behalf of Barry, I'm just gonna say he extends his regrets for not being here in person. He said to pass along, although you're here, Barry, I don't know if you wanted to do it yourself, but he was on his way, I guess, to the airport, got in an accident. He's fine. But the moral of the story is make sure your airbags are working and you're wearing seatbelts. So I'm just grateful that he's able to join us remotely today to the extent he can.
Thank you, Beth.
Yep. Nick McCarthy. Brad Bray. Tom McDonald.
Here.
Emily Broadleaf. Yeah. Chris Pettit.
Here.
Don Brown.
Here.
Clay Pope. Phil Chavez.
Good morning, I'm here.
Morning. Bill Pratt. Bill Cowser. James Pritt, good to see you in person. James Pritchett.
Here.
Eddie Crandell. Nithya Rajan.
Here.
Michael Crowder.
Here.
Graciela Ramirez Toro.
Here.
Matt Freund.
Here.
Lindsay Reams. Sharon Fersh. Charles Santerre.
Present.
Jeff Gore.
Here.
Jennifer Simmelink. David Graybill.
Here.
Chantel Simpson.
Here.
Jennifer James.
Here.
Ryan Smith.
Here.
Sarah Lucas.
Here.
Stacy Wayne Smith. Jeff Whitty.
Here.
And I'm here, Beth Southouse. Venus, do we have quorum?
Yes, Chairwoman, we have quorum. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. So. Is there anything you need to do to open up the meeting formally? I'm gonna pass to Venus as our DFO.
Good morning, everyone. Just want to welcome you all back, members of the public, our FRRCC committee members, and our guests behind us, as well as our regional ag advisors. I want to welcome you back to day 2 of our FRRCC meeting. Again, this is a hybrid meeting, and it is open to the public. However, this is actually our working portion. So while the sessions are open to the public, only the members of the FRRCC will be able to speak, ask questions, make comments, converse, and otherwise work throughout this meeting. The details of our mission of the FRRCC, the charged topics, the committee members can be viewed on our website at www.epa.gov/FACA/FRRCC. We plan to conclude our meeting today and no later than approximately 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. However, if we are able to get through all the agenda items, we may conclude early. If we need to extend, we may extend just a tiny bit. We don't have any public commenters scheduled today, so there is no public comment period. Any members of the public or our audience that are interested in providing feedback to the committee regarding this meeting or the work of the committee can do so via email at frrcc@epa.gov. Again, that email address is frrcc@epa.gov, and we'll accept comments, written comments, until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on August 21st, 2024. To be consistent with our government-wide Federal Advisory Committee Act rules, a final meeting summary of our meeting will be available on the FRRCC website within 90 days of the conclusion of this meeting. And if there are members of the press attending today, either in person or virtually, if you need any additional information, please feel free to reach out to us at press@epa.gov. Again, that's press@epa.gov, and we'll be happy to assist. At this point, I'd like to hand it back over to the chairwoman, Dr. Beth Sauerhaft. Thank you.
Thanks, Venus. Okay, so I'm just going to do a brief review of what we've got on for today. So first thing this morning, we are going to, again, go through from one work group to the next, and the lead for each work group will have some slides, and they're going to sort of talk about the recommendations that their group came forward with, and tell a little bit about, how they landed where they landed. And this is not a time to wordsmith. It's not the time we're going to debate the wording, but it is a time to ask questions and to, talk a little bit about why the recommendations are as they are. And if someone's got questions, that's a good time to raise the questions. It's not a time where we're going to finalize any language on them. So if someone, has an issue with one of the recommendations, it's a great time to talk about it, understand why it is that way, maybe explain what you're thinking, but we're not going to get to the wording until later in the day. After we've gone through all three work groups, we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to reconvene, and we are going to start going through that full integrated document of 30-something recommendations. And again, each work group lead is going to take us through their part of it. And that too is another time to make sure you understand everything that's there, discuss things. But again, we're not going to tinker with wording at that time. Once we make it through the entire document, then we're going to go back and we're going to start voting on it. And once we get into that part of the day, I'll share some more guardrails and instructions for how we'll do that. We will be taking a lunch break in the middle, and we are all on those of us here in the room, we're each on our own for lunch. There are plenty of opportunities or options within walking distance. Ideally, we can be back here by about 1:20 so that we can start at 1:30, resume at 1:30. We'll continue with the discussion and voting unless somehow we've made it through everything by then. And then we'll wrap that up. We'll talk about next steps, and then we'll wrap up and adjourn the meeting. Any questions? Okay. And as usual, when there are questions, I'm going to try to look to Zoom first to see if anyone online has questions or comments before I get to folks in the room. All right. So with that, Michael, I think you're up first with the Water, Energy, Climate Nexus work group.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
So you're on the right slide.
That's it.
You're good.
Okay, I'm easily confused. Okay, good morning, everyone. If you'll take a look at the, I guess everybody has computers to see that, are we gonna go through this document? Is that what we're doing?
No, you're going through your slides, so you should go next slide. You can keep going.
Uh,
No, go ahead. Just
Just
go through the slides.
couple more slides.
One more. Or sorry, a couple more.
Go to the recommendations on the EPA.
Oh,
Oh, they don't have the recommendations.
No,
in there.
I'll keep going.
Yeah,
there we go.
there we, nope,
Oop.
back one. There you go. Okay, thank you. And then if you have the document that Beth sent out that of the draft true recommendations, you can follow along in that paper as well. But as we talked about yesterday, we had four major themes in our recommendations so that was regulatory and policy, funding and finance, engagement and collaboration, and verification. Next slide, please. So on regulatory and policy roles, we had A, B, and C on that. Let's see, I need to go. Too many things going here. So we don't want to go through these.
Well, you can tell what they are. Go ahead.
So just a question out loud, does most people have the recommendations in front of them by any chance? That would help. Okay. So do you want me, I'm not sure what.
Why don't you just read, you can read through the recommendations.
Okay. A, EPA should finalize a policy statement and rulemaking that allow for flexibilities in implementing market-based approaches for the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System Permit Program. B, EPA should encourage and promote market-based and pay-for-performance approaches for states that have delegation authority for EPA Clean Water Act permitting programs. And C, EPA should support rewarding early innovators. EPA should find ways to support rewarding early adopters of conservation practices that benefit climate and water quality so that they can participate in market-based and pay-for-performance programs. And then we have the background. So does anybody have any comments or questions on that portion?
And Michael, sorry for me messing with
Please.
you, tinkering with you a little bit. I mean, Venus was reminding me, there's some people who are here today who were either not online yesterday, or they may have been in transit and half listening. So can you just do a real quick summary of how your group got to where you are? Like what, your focus on the public-private partnerships, et cetera.
Yeah.
So he could go back a few slides if he wanted. Sorry.
Yeah, just go to the start of the slides and I'll spend 2 minutes on that. Sorry, folks, I'm trying to figure out, not get yelled at here.
Never.
Okay, so for those that weren't here yesterday, our group, what we wanted to focus on was public-private partnerships, market-based approaches, and innovative financing to accelerate adoption of agricultural conservation practices that deliver climate and water quality benefits. And then on the slide that's up there, we had 6 meetings to discuss these approaches and had a ton of people that come and spoke to us. And next slide, please. One more slide, please. And these are the 15 showcase groups that came and talked to us, and then you can see the key questions up on the screen of what barriers that they overcome, what opportunities did they seize, and what are the key ingredients, and how do you scale up. So this was a very ambitious plan and for this work group, And I feel like we've got really good advice through these different organizations on how they partner with EPA and other groups. And then we came together for one session, made some draft recommendations, and then actually we invited those showcase folks back to kind of review what we thought we heard, and then made some fairly significant tweaks after that. And then we had 2 more meetings to kind of get to where we're at on the final draft. Okay, next slide, please. One more. Okay, so here's where we ended up on EPA regulatory flexibility, and I just went through that. So is there any comments or questions on that? David?
Yeah, if you would explain a little bit more, what your committee talked about with, number B, letter B, the, market-based and the pay for performance. I just want to I just want your committee to clarify what the thought process was here. I'm not questioning it at all. I just need a little bit more explanation on the record.
Yeah. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4 discussions on that, and I don't want them to go back slides to take time, but Chris, you made, and am I wrong in saying that, see, pay for market base, pay for performance? No, yeah, I do, but I'm trying to think of the original one. I'm brain farting on which one was the best one.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dave. Yeah, we covered a lot of territory on how can we scale up these successful approaches that are happening across the country, market-based approaches, public-private partnerships that are really getting more conservation practices on the ground. And a lot of times, you know, the regulatory, we need some regulatory flexibility to make sure that we're encouraging this and not creating stumbling blocks with our regulations. And so you'll see a couple of the recommendations are really focused on, can EPA write a policy statement to say, hey, through the NPDES permitting program, you are allowed to promote these successful approaches and do them. EPA going on the offense and saying, yes, this is a great example of a public-private partnership that is really scaling up ag conservation, and we endorse this. This is allowable under the Clean Water Act and the NPDES permitting program. That's the kind of direction that the working group really thought would be helpful, is for EPA to publicly state that it's allowable to do these innovative, creative ways of scaling up conservation. Is that helpful, or do you have something more specific?
Yeah, and our presenter yesterday would have been one of those market-based,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So when we're talking about pay for performance, so give me an example there.
So in terms of the pay for performance, I think the Soil and Water Outcomes Fund in the Iowa region was really successful at paying farmers for a certain amount of nitrogen reduction they get from practices like cover crops or no-till. And so they're being paid for that environmental outcome rather than for, certain practices. So folks are finding across the country that when you pay for performance, you're actually able to achieve more reductions at a more cost-effective rate than just doing the standard grants for practices.
And let me just also add, if I make any comments today, it is simply for clarification and not to influence the committee. You all should do what you want to do. But this is not hypothetical, because there is a draft policy statement and a proposed rule that is currently, that EPA has sent to the White House for interagency review. It's there right now. It effectively mirrors this language. The Office of Water convened something called the Nutrient Funding Discussion Group just a few weeks ago, about a month ago in DC, where we also brought in a bunch of these market-based approaches from across the country to look at things like how EPA's regulatory framework could help to encourage more of these systems. And pretty much everyone in the room felt like the direction that we were heading with the policy statement and the proposed rule would help advance this. So it's not like the agency hasn't thought about this yet. It's just it's not done. So the committee would be weighing in on that conversation.
And I appreciate that clarification because I've seen some of that and I compliment you on moving forward with that already. It would maybe be helpful for this committee to be able to see some of those letters or recommendations.
Yeah, the policy is not out for public comment yet. It's
Okay.
still in it's still in the interagency review stage. So that's otherwise I would have shared language with you all, but it's still an interagency review. The next step would be if it would come out for public comment as a draft. So
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Barry, you're raising your hand with a question.
I am.
Go ahead.
And this is what I wanted to, I apologize, guys. I haven't had a lot of sleep, but this is what I wanted to speak to is this part talking about the market-based approach. And I believe the flexibility is a great response or recommendation. I think Evan Bernansky talked about the MS4 and agricultural aspect of doing the market-based approaches. And then there was also discussion about the dairy with the group that got together and they all kind of banded together and they signed contracts to have conservation plans and stuff done. But what I wanted to speak for was the MS4 to agriculture. And I wanted to get this out there just to throw this out. If there's something additional that could be worked on with this topic, it would be the MS4, the SRF, NPS funds, and to the agricultural sector to do reductions of whatever pollutants or impairments in the rural part of the watershed versus doing them in the urban side because they're so expensive to do on the urban side. And I've been doing this for over 10 years, probably 13 years, where we developed a strategy that it was always talked about doing water quality credits and having municipalities or corporations pay for credits to clean up water before it passed through where they were. And what kind of dollar amount do you put on those credits? And that's the biggest thing I think Evan Bernansky talked about is how do you value those in the research and the dollars put into saying a credit of carbon or a credit of sediment, a pound of sediment or a ton of sediment, whatever it may be. It takes a lot of money to nail that down. And then number two, how do you go out and actually do the research to say this is how much got reduced by doing this practice? To me, that stuff, if you want to really get in the nuts and bolts, you're really blowing a lot of money to try to figure those out. And everybody, all the talks about it were that side of the discussion where, yeah, you're wasting a lot of money to figure out what those credits should be worth. And so what we did in South Dakota was we let the market predict what those credits were worth. And by saying we let the market predict it is what those producers were willing to enroll, let's say, riparian buffers, forested or grass buffers, or whatever it may be to reduce sediment or reduce E. coli, and shifted that number around up or down and use kind of USDA's CRP or whatever to kind of start with, and then took a look at how much we'd have to raise it above that to get producers to buy in. And with the SRAM program that I started, we got it to a point where, and it was just like the talk the other day about the dairies and everything. It was a person to person meeting. We met out in the workshops, in their garages, in their sheds, in their barns, and talked to the producers to see what would be a good financial return to shift, thinking about this to do to get the reductions that we were looking for, and to work together and carry on and be viable to do whatever we wanted to do to get our reductions for the MS4 permit. Now, using the SRF dollars from a municipality that was downstream of these producers, that municipality basically paid for those practices done by the producers upstream, which basically became your market-based approach. But if I told a producer that we wanted to pay him to buffer a pasture and we were going to pay him $20 an acre or $30 an acre to do that, he would say, no, I'm not going to do that. Okay, how about 60? No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, how about 140? Hey, now we're talking. Okay, so the market drives the value of that land. And I don't think, we can document it by doing the modeling. And if you use the same model on everything that you do, regardless if the model is skewed one way or the other, you're going to get the same result. If you do it the same way for every person that you're working with, the market will drive the amount of money that is a viable amount to do the practice or the BMP that you're looking to do. And you'll be successful. We've been successful here because we've gotten to the point where we're working with guys and we're above CRP. CRP has been going down in value, but we're above that. But we're still to the point where if we ask them, we should do this practice, and they do it, that it still doesn't break the bank or start losing money on that land and not being profitable. So basically what I'm saying is that market will tell you, after you find that fine line or fine tune it, where you need to be, instead of doing numerous studies to figure out how much do I have to do, or what BMPs do I have to do to reduce this much carbon or reduce this much sediment or E. coli. If you want to get to a point where you reduce it by doing the practice that that works, you've got to get personal. And the project that was talked about yesterday was a great project. We went about it the same way and got personal with all the producers within the watershed here. And they dictated that we're happy with this. You're not going to get 100%. I think they had a few that didn't work out and a couple people didn't go for it. But if you start getting the majority, then I think you're in the right spot. So the flexibility to allow for doing stuff is great, but getting to do research on how many pounds or tons or whatever or carbon, I think you're spinning your wheels and you're spending excess money to do that. Like I said, the market will dictate the amounts that will work for whatever area or whatever region you're in. And every region is different. And that's another thing about the approach, is there may be practices that are really highly sought after or that work for region 6 or 5 or whatever, and other practices for region 8 and 9 that work. So you have to find the approaches that work for the specific region. So we have to be regional, and yet we have to be cognizant of what the actual values are in those regions to work with those producers to drive that market. And once you got that down, and once you get to a number where that's working, I mean, that should solve all the problems. So that's what I was trying to get at this morning, but that's all I had on that's my soapbox, and I'll just hang back today and whatever. But that I thought for the future, if you're going to continue on with this, that might be some direction you may follow with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Is there something specific in here? We're not drafting language right now, but is there something in here that you would necessarily change, or do you like the direction we're going?
You're asking Barry.
Yeah.
I like the direction you're going, yes, but I don't like the direction of trying to figure out the market-based stuff with the old traditional, how much do you pay for this and how much do you pay for that, and what credit do you pay for, and getting into that credit trading stuff. The language doesn't even seem right to me. Credit trading, I don't like it. I just like a comprehensive cooperative agreement to conservation. And if there's an agreement on a scale that you can move up or down and get to the right price with the producers and everybody comes out as a winner, I think something like that is more of a better language to push towards that.
Thank you, Barry. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Tom.
Barry, thanks for that explanation. That's very helpful. I want to just ask a question. You mentioned basically models to determine load reduction or pounds of phosphorus or pounds of nitrogen or sediment or whatever. And you made the comment that, even if the model is not exactly right, it'll be consistent. And I agree with that. And my question is, should the models that are used be federal? Should EPA determine those models? How do we go about modeling, or do you think that should be regionally specific?
Tom, even if it's regionally specific, it wouldn't matter as long as the model is used consistently across everything. And I think, yes, you're on the right track there. And I'm glad you asked that question because it's something I did not cover. I think EPA should come up with a model, and they have Step L. There are other models out there, but there should be work probably done on a model to, not be really specific, but be, pretty general, but specific enough to grab enough information that it can be used everywhere. And Step L is pretty good. I mean, it will spit out numbers, and if you do everything consistently with it, you'll get a number. And regardless of what numbers that you actually do or actually don't do, that model is going to spit out that number for every scenario that you do, as long as you enter them in the same and give them the same weight that you did across the board. The real thing is, after you're finished, there should be post BMP modeling or monitoring, where, okay, we did these models and we sold these practices. The model said we should have reduced by this. Did we reduce it by that? So back it up by water quality monitoring or whatever monitoring needs to be done, and say, hey, it reduced or it didn't, and it was only 50% of it, or it was only 75% of it, but we didn't put a huge amount of money into the study that why was it only 75% of what we said it would do? Because you're never, ever, ever going to get there unless you spend tons and tons and tons of money to get that model exact. And then nobody's going to know how to use that model. So that's kind of, I'm glad you asked that question, Tom, because that's where I'm at with it. I mean, if you have a model and you're consistent, you should get a number, but the market will dictate where guys are going to be comfortable doing those practices or where it's going to hurt or help what they're doing. Did that answer your question?
Yes, you did. I don't see that language in the recommendations. The recommendations are more about funding and support for the concept. I do think the modeling piece of that's pretty important. So I just make that comment.
Yes, sir.
I was going to set the stage just for a comment I'm going to make in terms of drafting, but we did discuss, and one of the things I noticed in here is that we are kind of hyper focused on the clean water piece. And we also discussed the interplay between demand and quality. And that's where the drinking water piece and the water supply piece comes in, including some of those conservation practices tied to the way in which we're particularly in the groundwater environment affecting fate and transport through through those aquifers. So one of my, I guess, encouragements is going to be to expand the language. I believe Graciela brought this up as well, the idea that we need to be referring to the Drinking Water SRF and Safe Drinking Water Act as well. I think we're in a really good spot. The work group did an amazing job. Kelly helped us do a really, really good job. I just think we can be a little bit more expansive and talk a little bit more about a one water concept, and it would be reflective of what we talked about in our work group meetings.
Matt.
So I think the recommendations need to not get too far down into the woods with specifics on, I think it needs to be general. I think we need to allow flexibility. I think that it should not come from federal, it should be regional or state. We have tremendous differences around the country. I mean, historically in New England, phosphorus is off the map. And for us to have the same number as what would be in the Midwest or in different areas of the country, it would put us out of business. So I really think that if we get too specific in these recommendations, we're going to cut off our nose to spite our face.
Thank you, Matt. Any other questions before we move along? Okay, next slide. And it is on the funding and finance roles of EPA. Let me scroll down here. You want me to redo these or save time? Oh, we got a bunch of
You can ask if I don't have a question, or you can summarize.
Yeah. I'll just read the top, and then of the suggestions, if you guys have comments, we can go from there. So EPA should work closely with the state agencies and local partners to encourage flexibility in funding utilization and to promote successful ways to use and leverage EPA funding for public-private partnership, market-based approaches, and innovative financing, and it's i.e. EPA State Revolving Fund, SRF, and 319 non-point source. That's where we spent the majority of our time on the below recommendations. Is there any comments on those recommendations? Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Where's my at? These are out of order. This thing about- sorry. These are-
Is there anyone online who had any comments or questions? Just speak up if you did. We weren't sure if somebody put their hand up and then maybe took it down. Go ahead.
Okay.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? I'm trying to follow along in here. And I'm just confused about where we are. I'm sorry.
I am too. So,
I
thank you.
thought I was with you and then now I'm not with you.
So are the slides in the order of the papers?
I got, okay. I know. Is that possible?
You're on page 5.
Right, if you're looking at the full integrated document, just scroll down and you'll see the next recommendation there.
So these don't go in the same order as this?
Uh,
There's a bunch of
I'm
recommendations. in
honestly
between.
not sure.
Okay.
I didn't compare them.
They were,
I see this sort of on the bottom of page 5, but
Okay.
there were a bunch of stuff in between that I don't know if we're gonna go back to, or if we were supposed to be like commenting on all of them.
So right now, what we're doing this morning is we're focusing on just making sure everybody understands the recommendations themselves. We're not focusing on the language specifically, and we're not focusing on the introductory or the summary background language. We'll get to that in the next section.
Right. I got that, but there are a number of recommendations in between those and this in the document. So I was just curious if we're
It's on
doing
the
this and then
previous
gonna go
slide.
back or,
Yeah, you skipped,
thanks.
you skipped your.
so,
Can you go to the previous slide, please?
so we've gone through
This
those.
one, funding and financing roles. So that's got several recommendations there.
All right, we're gonna start with 3 EPA address match requirements barriers. So that would be on the bottom of page 4 if you've got that, at least on mine. So EPA find ways to help partners meet public grant match requirements, and we have A, B, and C under that. Is there any questions or comments on those? Okay, and then EPA provide administrative and technical assistance funding. Okay, number 5, EPA help blend stack funding pools and attract private capital. And then number 6, EPA structure greenhouse gas reduction fund to support agriculture. Please.
All right, so this is the one I was gonna ask about because I actually really like the recommendations, but I feel like for all the other ones, we give a little more clarity that like below them that explains them. And this part of the recommendations, I feel like there wasn't much description, so I was be helpful, like kind of how we talked about some of the others to understand a little more like what this is coming from or what it's responding to.
I just have a point of clarification. Does everybody have the recommendations pulled up, or would it be helpful for me to share my screen with the language? If everybody's looking at it, then I don't need to, but if I need to share it, I'll take care of it. Would that be helpful? Nod heads, maybe no. Is that a yes,
Graciela
Graciela?
was nodding. I have them pulled up. That's why I was confused because what I was looking at, now I see where, like, now I kind of get where we are, but it sounds like some people, I will say, like, some people are having trouble getting online,
Yeah.
personally myself and I know Matt, so.
So. Is there something specific on for A, B, or C, or is it number 6 in general, Emily?
I don't have a specific question. I just noted all the other ones. Like, I love the descriptive paragraph under because it helped for those, like, that weren't on that working group to understand them, and this was the only one where, and it seems like really important and timely, like the, you know, greenhouse gas reduction fund is like right now. So I know we can't like write a paragraph on the fly, but I felt like that for the other ones, like that description actually really helped explain make the case for their like rationale for it. So I don't have like an issue with any of them or a question, just thinking like,
I will be,
yeah.
I will be quite honest and say I didn't catch there wasn't a background on that one.
Yeah, and I think again, this one like jumped out to me because I think it's so timely. And so even if like there's a way for anyone on the working group to explain it,
Yeah.
maybe we can
Well, we
add a few sentences.
we
or something.
certainly
Yeah.
can, and
Okay.
we probably already have most of that written and
Okay.
I mean, what we could do like in the next hour is I could just pull a description of what the greenhouse gas reduction fund is, the action that took place this summer, which was the selection of awardees, which was in May or June, I think May. And then the specific reference to the National Clean Investment Fund, which is one part, the whole greenhouse gas reduction fund is around 27 billion. This is specifically referencing the $14 billion pot. We could just put a few sentences that describe what that fund is and that the fact that the awardees were selected. And so basically this is advising the terms and conditions that those awardees would follow. So we could basically just say that. I mean, there's not, it would just be clarifying.
Emily, we took this from twice as long and condensed it. We may have condensed a little too much, so we can get that back in.
I'm happy to, but before lunch, just pull this, it's just the stock language on the program and put it in, or I just offer to you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So just to be clear, when we get to that part, we would have to make an amendment to modify with that
Right.
language
Mhm.
that we approve.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that we're clear on the process and we're not adding anything until we go through this, and then there'll be a motion. It'll be seconded, and then to adopt that amended language to go into this, in this particular case, and the number 6 to provide some background context. Okay? Does anybody have any questions? I just want to be clear that that's our process.
Thank you for catching that.
And the general gist, Emily, of that one is just that funding goes to a lot of different greenhouse gas emission reductions activities in other sectors. And so we all know that agriculture is different in so many ways on how you access the funding and what you need to consider to make it easy for farmers to get that funding. And so it was just to acknowledge that we need to look at that, the terms and conditions with that lens to make sure that you actually can get the funding to the right place in the ag sector. And so I think just adding that context would be really helpful.
Any other questions?
Michael, on C, it says to expand the list of approved agricultural conservation practices. I assume that there is a list out there now. It might be a good idea to link that list in that comment.
Expand might be the wrong term because I'm not sure there is a list.
So it might be develop a list.
Michael,
Where's that coming from?
Bill Prock.
Well, Bill, thank you. Please.
I,
It was the voice of God, Bill.
no, nowhere near that. Believe me. For some reason on my computer, I don't see a spot where I can raise my hand, but as far as a list of agriculture practices, I think those should be developed by the USDA and not the EPA. And we're having that same discussion with the 40B guidance that's out, that's issued by the Treasury Department. And all of those discussions go back that agriculture conservation practices should be handled by the USDA, and then with interagency cooperation from EPA and Treasury, how they're going to be presented to the ag community and their operations.
Thank you, Bill. And I may be wrong, but I don't know if we intended to put a list. I think it was a general statement, expand what the EPA is able to work on. So maybe that was a bad choice of words and we can adjust that later.
I don't believe there is a list today.
I agree, Bill.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if my comment is valid anymore, but that's what I was going to do. Also, to echo that was how do we link those practices to the practices that already have conservation practice standards, right? Why would we kind of create our own list while those CPS practices already exist and have the standards and specifications outlined that could just then be kind of transferable to what we're talking about?
Okay, any other questions on that? Professor, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanna bring some of the discussions that we had when we were talking about C. And I think that the purpose of the list, which I agree it shouldn't be expand the list, was the way I remember was that the states could benefit from having information about practices that are done or approved in other states that will qualify to receive funding or being permitted within other states that now they might not have that information. So I don't think it was intended as like something like to limit or define what would be acceptable from EPA. It was more to provide the states with more information and because sometimes they have issues when they have to make decisions about what to permit it and what to fund. So.
Okay. Anyone else?
Oh, Emily, and then
I was just gonna jump back in on the conversation, just like, I looked at a little more detail at the awardees. And from what the description that's there, it doesn't look like agriculture is really included in them at all. So I wonder if strengthening the language even more to say, I mean, and again, I could be wrong. And like, I would love if someone in the working group has more information, but they all are really talking about like housing and like kind of more built environment in a way that, so this, I feel like the way this reads now makes it sound like there's gonna be money going to agriculture and we want to make sure it's even clearer. But when I'm reading them now, it seems to me like what we might want to be saying here is that there can be even more outreach to the three organizations that receive the funds to say, you know, here's why we want you to include agriculture and we think it's not being included, if that makes sense. So I would maybe even consider going stronger on the language, but again, if those in the working group have like more familiarity with the grant, I would be happy to be told I'm wrong.
and just to say, thank you for the comment. And when we go back to the next part and we're actually wordsmithing and we're amending or whatever, then come back to that if appropriate.
Yeah, when I look at number C there, EPA should expand the list of approved ag practices. I think to Jeff's point, see, within NRCS, they already have practices that are specific for greenhouse reduction. So anything that would go with the greenhouse reduction funds, they would automatically start. When you start talking about ag practices, we're going to start talking about those already listed greenhouse gas reduction practices that NRCS has in place. I think that there may not be for this funding already, but NRCS already has those practices in place.
Thank you. Okay, moving forward, we'll go to 7, engagement and collaboration roles. Did anybody have any comments for 7-1 through 3? Okay, on 8, EPA coordinate with USDA. Right? And the last one, verification roles. EPA help quantify carbon benefits of water quality practices, and EPA help quantify environmental outcomes. Questions, comments? Tom?
I think this is probably the right place to put some language in there about modeling and the quantification of benefits. I just use that as a placeholder.
Would you use 9 or 10 under that?
Well, I think it really applies in both. I think 9's talking about greenhouse gas, carbon, and 10, I think is, if I'm reading it right, is more water quality, air quality, whatever kind of thing.
Okay, I got that, Tom. Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
And again, if anyone online has any comments or questions, we're not necessarily seeing your hand up. So just shout out.
I was gonna add, I think maybe +1 to Tom. This looked like another one to me that in reading through, I thought were really good recommendations, but maybe could use a little more detail because I think they're so important. And so again, I don't know necessarily that we need like a full, like I thought the greenhouse gas reduction one, we needed a paragraph because I was lost and we don't need it for everything, but these seem like really important. I think, and you know, in their own right, and then they also support some of the other recommendations in terms of like making the connection. So if in similar to the other one, there's other like background language that got cut that could be added, or I like Tom's point about adding something here about modeling and, you know, I don't know the best way to flesh them out more, but they just seem really important. It feels like they could be bolstered.
We'll come forward with some thoughts. Thank you. Okay. Or are you on solar?
Yeah, just going through the recommendation.
Okay, I don't have it in front of me, so I gotta open that back up. Oh, there we go. Okay. We, kind of the background on this is our committee work group, ad hoc work group, talked about this for several meetings prior to Santa Fe. We never rallied around a recommendation. So it wasn't that we were negative in any way on this, but we never settled on anything that we thought that would go directly to the administrator for EPA work. So Beth came forward with some suggestions here over the last 2 months, I think it was, and this is kind of where we're at on that. So I would probably take this in, let's see, there's recommendations on top. I might take this as a whole, as a solar for all. Is there any questions or comments on the solar part? Matt?
So first, let me say that I believe in land rights, just like most farmers. I have 2 solar arrays on my land as well that are small. But the way I read this, I disagree with yesterday's comments that it is being restrictive. I read it as that this committee is basically making a comment that there is a lot of farmland that is being used for solar, that's being, using federal dollars for supplementing the solar on some very prime farmland. And I don't think anybody is saying that we should make this wrong, that we shouldn't do this. What we're saying is that before you do it, you should look at what your options are, is the way I look at it. And I am not seeing this as being a negative. My land has been in 490 my entire life.
What's 490?
490 is land use, so I get a tax break. And I think farmers have to realize, generational farmers have to realize that this land is very important to the whole community of people. And that we have to think carefully before we put it into non-production for energy. So I read this over a couple of times. I actually, I don't see this as being a negative. So I'm not willing to, I don't think we should change it.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Any other comments?
Yeah, if I may,
Please.
my biggest problem is that we're citing a specific program, Solar for All, which generally doesn't require land. It is predominantly for rooftop type arrays and very small land arrays. And the descriptive information in this recommendation, outside of the two, there's only two very small points that are recommendations. There's a lot of verbiage around this that speaks to specifically within the language, large solar utility arrays. I just believe that all of that information has no relevance in the Solar for All program discussion. And that is my biggest concern with it. I too, Matt, agree with landowner rights. And if building a solar array on highly productive ag land is what that landowner needs to do to possibly remain in farming and keep the rest of the land producing food, then I think that's up to the landowner and educate themselves and like you said, make that decision correctly for that individual. But all of the verbiage about that has nothing to do with Solar for All.
Thank you, Jennifer. You know, Matt, I think you said that you wouldn't change anything, but later. Jennifer, if you have recommendations, you have a few hours. If there's something specific that you would want to address later, please be thinking about that. Tom.
Well, I think the point that Jennifer's trying to make is the Solar for All program doesn't align with the rest of the description. And I don't think anybody has a concern about putting giving guidance or direction for the Solar for All program because it's not intended for large utility scale solar. And so it seems like we're mixing Solar for All with large solar projects. And that I think maybe what we need to do, and I know we're not doing it now, but just streamline this to be more specifically to the Solar for All.
I'll try to have a conversation between now and then with Jennifer and see if she's could come up with something and help that along. Emily?
I have a couple of thoughts on this. I think one is I agree, and I had gotten to like look at this a little more yesterday, that it seems like solar for all isn't for utility scale. That said, I guess a couple things. One is I think because our charge as a committee isn't to comment on solar for all, like it's within our charge to comment on kind of the broader set of things that are here. So maybe kind of to Jennifer's point and Tom's point, we break it apart, but I still think there's merit to the recommendations here. And I know last summer in Colorado, we visited a farm where they were doing solar panels and showing us like how they were trying to do them to not interrupt the farming they were doing. But it's like, it's hard to do. It takes like extra incentives. It takes extra education. So from my read of our charge, I think, again, I agree with the point of maybe we're saying things in solar for all that don't belong there, but I think we could probably make two sets of recommendations or even just say, outside of solar for all, we think that there's a lot of movement in this direction. Like solar for all is just one demonstration of movement towards getting more solar power. And then kind of my read again, through the recommendations, it sounds like there's like two main threads around solar and farming, one of which is to the extent there are lots of incentives right now out there for solar, where possible, having a little bit of extra incentive that it be done on land that can't be used for other things. So there's like an incentive side. And then I think the other, which is really important too, is, and again, like to me, makes me think back to the farm we visited last year, is the education side of like making sure we get information, these pieces around how if you make those decisions, you can integrate this into production. And I think that gets to also Matt's point about, you can have panels and part of a farm, but like, how can you think about your overall farm management so that it's not taking away the productive ability? And again, those are like decisions for a landowner to make, but making sure the information's in front of them. So whether we take it out of being under solar for all heading or not, I still think it's within our charge to make these general recommendations. And I support the recommendations because they don't take away any choice. They just help, have increased incentives in one direction and increased knowledge and resources for farmers.
And Emily, I'm greatly paraphrasing our discussions pre-Santa Fe, but we in general were very positive on solar and getting information to producers of, if you were to do this, here's the steps to follow and here's the things to think about. But we never landed on an specific example. So this was trying to come back. So I completely hear what you're saying, and I feel like I understand both of the comments here. And a personal note is that, and Jennifer said this consistently, it's really up to the landowner to make their decision on what's right for their farm. So we're not in any way trying to say that producers shouldn't be doing this, because that's a landowner decision.
And maybe we should just say that at the first, the committee recommends protecting and preserving property rights, but there needs to be education provided so that farmers and ranchers understand the complexities of solar, wind. I think you can throw a lot of things into that bucket.
Any other comments online?
Just one last comment, and this is probably maybe too personal, I don't know, for me, but I kind of take a little, I have a little problem with, when we say minimize the impacts of solar energy on our nation's best ag land and farm businesses. So it seems to me that the point there is a highly productive ag land is very important, and it should be. But we are missing the fact that for that highly productive land to produce the crop that it is the best at producing, the landowner receives way less income than they would in the possibility of a solar lease. And I just don't want to miss that point here. We're encouraging someone to take the less profitable route because we're feeding the world. We're, you know, the feel good part of it is not necessarily the best financially.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay. And maybe Tom, before we get to what time is that session? 1:30. I'll try to have a draft, and maybe you can take a look at that and help me if we get your thoughts. Okay. I think that's the end of our work group here.
Super. Thank you. Okay, so if we can go back to the slides. Or you want to, yeah? We'll go.
Oh,
Good.
I'm just pointing, if we're going back to slides, I was not hearing.
Because I think the rest of the slides actually have the recommendation language on them, right? So, okay, so yeah, let's go back to the slides. And go down one. Okay, so Jeff, again, just for the benefit of the folks who might not have fully been able to focus on this yesterday, just give a quick background summary and then go into the recommendation language. Thank you.
I was really looking forward to a long and robust discussion on solar for all. Yeah. Kind of disappointed there. So our work group, and here's the members of our work group. We had a lot of good discussions on the biotech. You know, what we were looking at is you know, how do we advance biotechnology faster, better, cheaper in the US? And so next slide. Basically the current issues: development cost, regulatory approval process, market access for especially crop producers. Typically those there's not a lot of opportunities there for products because a lot of the big companies go after, you know, wheat, soybeans, the big crops. So these are typically like the 25Bs and other kind of registrations, IR4 programs that develop those. Future issues, development costs, the same kind of thing, but climate mitigation opportunities and as we all like to recognize and talk about, agriculture can be a solution in the climate space. So next slide. So our overview of the recommendation is basically to improve the process to quickly and efficiently review emerging biotech products, resulting in a less expensive registration cost to the marketplace. Basically, increase the opportunities for not only the large companies but smaller companies, maybe universities, that can continue to do research in this space. Next. So we had some themes, basically. Quantify the climate benefits in assisting agriculture as it mitigates climate change impacts. I like the recommendations in the prior discussion because it's a lot of the same space. Quantifying the benefits of what we are dealing with today. There's not a lot of good uniform, you know, like even in the carbon capture space, it's all over the place. And there's a lot of these technologies that I think are doing some benefits that we're just not quantifying in a unique way. Theme 2, identify critical priorities for future development, including crop pesticides and their applications that advance climate goals. And the third theme is expedite potential approval and reduce the regulatory burden across the federal agencies. Next slide. So our overall recommendation was to incorporate the regulatory foundation to quickly evaluate and expedite the approvals for tools which can be incorporated in the climate smart agriculture applications related to biotechnology. Next slide. So we broke down the recommendations into sections. So EPA should quantify climate benefits to approve biotech crops as well as the net benefits of biotechnology to assist in assisting agriculture as it mitigates climate change impacts. Next. Convene a series of stakeholder work groups on emerging technologies to include biotech development, evaluation, and adoption, and to identify critical priorities. And I think maybe we want to go back to, because I'm not sure. We just got a few more slides, right?
Yeah, that's the last one.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So underneath each of those, we had some more discussion points that were changed last night because we have an attorney. I give her a hard time. So let me pull that up here. I've got
Venus is gonna share her screen again.
Oh, that would be awesome. Because on my little iPad, it doesn't show colors. I guess I have an old black and white iPad. I don't know.
Right. And just recalling that, right, we're not wordsmithing, but it's good to point out
The
where
changes,
language was
yes.
added, yeah.
So after the discussion yesterday, we were commenting about maybe putting a few more specific ideas in the meat of the recommendations. And so that's what we included last night, and I sent it to everybody. There we go. Except we're not talking about solar. So you'll note that all of these recommendations and all the foundation under each of the recommendations is basically leading towards, making it, getting new products and prioritizing products to the marketplace. So one of the changes that we made was on this quantified climate benefits, we just added some examples. Examples could include, but not be limited to, drought resistant crops and extended shelf life to reduce food waste. Specific objectives, and we added including a regulatory sandbox, and Emily can describe that if I don't do it appropriately, that provides expedited multi-agency review for technologies that creates prioritized environmental benefits. So basically what we're saying is that kind of like what USDA did when they said on CRISPR type technologies and other technologies, if you could do it in the field, it gets expedited approvals, or it doesn't need to go through an approval process. Where you could do the same kind of thing with prioritized environmental benefits that you want to see companies develop or universities develop. You can say, if you do these, they'll get into this priority lane. Basically, is that what I'm saying? Is that what you're saying, what we're saying?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this regulatory sandbox is usually, it's like a concierge service. So it's like, if you're doing things that, and again, I think the reason this was interesting to me is EPA doesn't necessarily have a role with regard to most gene editing unless it's within EPA's specific areas. But EPA could have a role in saying what's out there, what are the environmental benefits that we want to prioritize, and then kind of creating this concierge service for the developers of those kinds of traits. And I think it really was inspired by kind of yesterday's presentation too.
Yeah.
An expanded role for EPA.
So before we move on from those, any comments on those changes or anything that's on right there in those recommendations? We're rolling. Okay, next. Let's keep going a little bit more. One of the things, and a lot of discussion came in our group, go back up just a tad. So we see all of B. There we go. So a lot of the discussion came about the stakeholder workshop that we're encouraging EPA to convene and look at basically the emerging technologies and then gather a lot of data. And what we think out there, a lot of this data already exists. It's just here and there and yonder. And maybe there's an opportunity, because the discussion was, we didn't want to overburden EPA with another just task of them staffing up to do this. Maybe they could just issue like an RFI or request for information or some process to consolidate that information to one place so that you could move forward. Another change that we added last night, evaluate the realistic staffing needs to meet the increased submissions in the review process to timely evaluate emerging biotech submissions and request Congress to fund the agency's request. The discussion yesterday from the gentleman was that, part of the issue is there's so many submissions that the agencies just can't get through them. Because they're not staffed to this level, and it goes back to the agencies, my agency included, many of the state agencies, many of the federal agencies, we're staffed up to yesterday's technology. We're not staffed up to tomorrow's technology. And so what this recommendation does is it creates an opportunity for EPA to quantify what they need looking forward, and then try to get that into the president's budget and then get Congress to approve that.
That's good. Oh,
Go, yes.
I didn't get to attend all the work group calls, and I confess that I was often multitasking given what I was living through at that time. Did we have, I think this is a really good point, and I'm curious, did we have any conversation about, like, has EPA done any sort of assessment of, I don't think we talked about staffing at all, right? So except that EPA is woefully understaffed in this whole regulatory area, but so, right, there's not been a study that we know done to say, if we were to shift our staff around based, like, look at where the workload is, I guess. And if there's a growing workload on a certain, on biotech or some aspect of biotech, would they switch staff that way? Or is it really, we need more staff because there's still boatloads of this other stuff?
Yeah, go ahead, Rod.
I mean, it's sort of both, and there is a clear acknowledgement that I want to be careful how I say this, but within the statute, within PREA, that like is the entire sort of funding statute around how our pesticide program is built. We are tens of millions of dollars below the target level of what Congress intended, and the president's budget typically is actually when President Biden, or even, I don't know about the prior president or not, but President Biden has been putting in a budget that would fund at that level, and Congress has not hit it.
Yeah.
So you have both a conversation of the divisions within the Office of Pesticide Programs, including this area that is getting a tremendous amount of growth in applications, but you also have an overall funding level problem, just to be frank. So I'm not sure that you can move enough chairs around to make it work, but yeah, but it's exacerbated by this area that is growing so fast. So yeah.
Thanks.
Part of the thing, and I know Charles got a comment, but part of the issue is when, I don't know if it's the issue, but the reality is that Congress the president will always ask, and Congress will never fund what you need. If you take this data collection that we are encouraging, and you quantify the benefits of biotech and some of the other advancing technologies, that gives not only EPA, but USDA and FDA, and it's not all on the federal agencies, but it gives us the state departments of ag and environmental departments and industry the opportunity to go to Congress and say, if we can get this stuff through, and if you will fund EPA to do X, Y, and Z, the benefits to the climate are this. The problem we've always had is that we don't have good data to back up that kind of advocacy. So that's part of what's built into this discussion. Charles.
Yeah, I look at it a little differently. I worry that when you staff up, sometimes staff need more to do. So you regulate more. I think we see this with FDA CVM. They've got a nice big staff and they overregulate animal biotech like nobody could ever imagine. I think a better approach would be to follow what USDA is doing. So what's USDA doing with their Rule 340? They've said that with CRISPR and genome editing, that these things could have happened in nature. That this female-male cross in nature could have occurred, and that biotech product could have been produced. So if I took 1 million animals, a million female-male cows, and crossed them, there is a low possibility that that CRISPR-created product could have been produced naturally. And this is the approach that the last administration took, which changed the way USDA does this. So if we come to the market, if the developers come to the market with 1,000 new products that are CRISPR developed, we should ask, what's the risk if those things could have occurred in nature? The breeders are whether it's crops or whether it's animals, the breeders are the catch point. They're the thing that keeps the bad products out of the marketplace. So we don't have to put more time into evaluating those. We should look at how we reduce our current regulations to allow things that could happen in nature to get through the regulatory process. And a good example of that is the radiation mutation breeding. We've done radiation mutation breeding, which is a very imprecise technique, for decades. And it's had no regulation, and we've had no problems. Nobody's gotten sick. The breeders have stopped anything that was inferior from moving forward. There was no need for regulation. So this idea that we're going to have 1,000 new products in the marketplace, that's really good. But do we really need more regulation, and does that improve the process? It actually slows the process and further pushes the small players who are the innovators, the competitors, those people who take on things that the big industries won't take on, that really are the creative solutions we need for tomorrow. Emily.
I want to jump in on that. I couldn't agree more. And I like the point above, which says, use the USDA guidance to kind of update and, make it more clear. But there still needs to be someone in the agency then to look at incoming things and say, okay, you are, you don't need to go through regulation, and you do. And to me, what was so eye-opening was the slides yesterday showing after USDA shifted to this new rule, like there was still like a really long wait time for them to get a product through USDA. And I think to me, it's like, there's this new technology, there's going to be so many more products. So I think pairing like C and D together, to me, is what the benefit is saying, okay, be really clear. Let's not regulate things that don't need to be regulated. But I still think that there's going to need to be, and I think, when I see this on the business side, I mean, I do a lot more on the food safety side with FDA on the food side, that like for GRAS substances, companies want someone to say, like, they want a check mark, even if the check mark is like, you don't need regulation. And so I think giving the agencies the resources to be able to quickly say that was like one of my takeaways. So to me, like these two together are the power of saying, don't regulate what doesn't need to be, but make sure you have enough people to tell people if they need to, like red light, green light more quickly.
Spot. Yep. It's a very good point. Where I get hung up on it is if I look back, so the first products made it into the fields in 1996. It was cotton, corn, and soybeans. If I were to go to the agencies, and this would be USDA, FDA, and EPA, and I would say, do an audit. Look for the last 30 years at what hazards you kept out of the marketplace. The answer would be 0. It's not the same for a GRAS food ingredient, which you kept people from getting poisoned from. The agencies themselves have a real difficult time saying this is what value we've brought to this, even though billions of dollars are spent. That's the challenge here. It's unlike a food additive. We can't find a whole lot of risk with these things. So we end up going through the process of spinning our wheels in the regulatory world to make people think that we're keeping them safe. That's the problem.
Don has his hand raised, unless Emily, you're going to respond to that.
I think maybe just to say, like, again, from the businesses I work with, even where they're given the flexibility to say you don't need to go to FDA, you don't need to go to the agency, I feel like the most premier ones, they want to, and then the companies they're selling to want like some sort of green check mark. So I hear what you're saying, like, and I understand it, but I think also first, the number of products is just gonna like, is ballooning so quickly from what there were. And I think that, you know, people like want a stamp, even if the stamp is just like, you have gone through the fast lane and you can, you know, you can get out of here. And I think without the staffing to be able to do that, like, you're gonna end up with a 540-day review. So I don't know if there's a way to like message these to kind of say more staff, not to do like more long reviews, but to more quickly like give people the you know, freedom of mind to say, you know, you can go forward, you can tell the vendors that you're selling to that you've gotten this green light.
Yeah, can I comment? Yeah, you're exactly right. So CFSAN, FDA's branch, Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, has an optional review. And you'd think, why would people call for a Spanish Inquisition? Why would companies want to bring a product to CFSAN? And you're exactly right. It's because if they get the seal of approval from CFSAN, then it helps them get into the marketplace. It helps them get into other countries that demand some sort of regulatory review. So there's that part of it that's important. But I would say maybe EPA goes to more like a CFSAN approach, makes it voluntary. And if it's not so oppressive, they'll probably have a lot of companies go through it. And so that's, your point is really well.
Okay,
Ron?
Brown.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And sorry I can't be there. Medical appointments here for my daughter. But anyway, I would like to comment just a minute about the expedited multi-agency review component. And I really like that concept, and I think that's important. But I worry a little bit about having ran agencies, the prioritized environmental benefit component of this. Whose priorities? And I think we have to be careful that we have the agency establishing priorities and then hand selecting what technology they believe needs to be expedited. I think we need to leave that within the overall community. You know, that's part of where Chevron came from. And so I would like to see that possibly changed, that just creates benefits rather than prioritize. So if it creates benefits, there we go. That is one of my concerns, because whose priorities, who's establishing those priorities? And so I think that's important as well. And thank you.
All right. I'll only comment on just a little bit on what Charles and Emily were talking about. You know, I'll talk about the larger sandbox, and that's the world. And people around the world import and export products all the time. And there's a lot of desire for products from the US because of a regulatory process that we have that is respected pretty much around the world. But today we're dealing with Mexico on GMO corn. They will not import GM corn. They don't think we've done enough reviews on it. They don't think that it's safe. And I have feeders, my Mexican cattlemen down there would love to bring more of their cattle up to the US so they can buy corn, because they can't buy corn anymore and ship it to Mexico. If we don't have some kind of a review process for these products, and I think you know, Charles's point has got to be fast, but I don't think it can be nothing, and Emily's point as well. But you've got to have something that's respected, or else the world is going to shut us down, not just the consumers and anybody else. And today the companies are all developing to basically to sell not only to the US but to the world. So we got it. So this, I think this kind of captures some of that kind of stuff. But I keep that in mind, because I've done trade missions to many countries, and that's the first thing they talk about is our regulatory process. And now we're dealing with, you know, Mexico with corn, and I don't know where that's just one of those tough battles that we got to go through. David.
Yeah, I'm just looking here at your recommendation D, and this is just a clarification ask of maybe Rod or Venus. The request here to request Congress, and we're giving this recommendation to EPA. Do you guys get to request Congress?
No, I was,
That's why I thought maybe it wasn't appropriate to have it in our recommendation.
yeah, we're not allowed, we basically, we adhere to whatever the president's budget is, and we contribute to that process, but we can't separately request Congress for funding. Yeah,
Yeah,
good point.
so we may have to do something
We
with
can prove
that.
It's a good point.
Which again, we can bring that back up when we start going through it and we're voting. Jeff, is there anything else you wanted to go through or?
I think that takes care of it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Chantel. Oh, does anyone need a quick 10-minute break? Okay, so it's 10:20. Let's be back here at 10:30 and then we'll resume with Chantel's run through. Thanks, everyone. Folks online, we'll be back shortly. All right, can we get people back to their desk, to the table? So we can reconvene the meeting?
Well, it's a little late now, so anyway.
And just so folks online know, part of the delay was we're just having a procedural discussions for after the next part.
So. We're not yesterday.
Hey, folks, can I get everyone to the table, please? Okay, folks. Ryan, can we get people back in their seats?
Here's the thing, you're not under first, so you need to send it to.
So just.
Okay, so for folks online, we are now going to move Dave and Bill. Folks. All right, so we are resuming with work group 3, the Climate Finance, Social Inclusion and Technical Assistance Group. And I'm going to hand it off to Chantel to walk us through the recommendations. Do you prefer slides or do you prefer everyone looking at the document? The document,
Please.
Okay. And so again, just like the others, if you can give a little bit of a refresher of background, and then go into the recommendations, that would be great. Thank you.
So in the past sessions, we've been talking about applications and getting underserved communities better prepared to apply for grant funding and other opportunities that are available to them. And one of the things that we found to be a barrier were some of the application processes. And so we began our journey working to streamline these procedures by creating maybe a one-pager or blanket document to help folks figure out what they could apply for so that they were not expending a lot of time and human resources on something that they may or may not qualify for. And so based on that, we developed recommendations in 2 major themes. The first I'm going to talk about is on your screen, building capacity by streamlining procedures, developing grant application and administrative guidelines to increase accessibility for funding. And then under that, we have another set of recommendations that are related specifically to increasing capacity building with technical assistance and planning support. And so those first set of recommendations starting at 14 were tailored eligibility scoring and expectations for a return on investment, accounting for areas that didn't have as many resources. So smaller offices that may not have had folks that were used to writing grants or had the skills and expertise to write grants, being able to have some type of, amenity to help them upskill to be able to do that. Improved access to set-asides for planning grants, providing the community with the resources. One of the reasons for that recommendation was specifically because certain grants have timeframes in which they have to be completed. However, that does not often include the planning portion or the time that it takes to plan the grant. And so we wanted to make sure that these communities without these resources had that time to complete the grant, including the planning period time.
We also wanted to ensure that these resources went across a spectrum of community sizes, from our larger communities to our smaller communities. Again, this application of streamlined support to accommodate counties or areas with lower human resource availability or human capital. Short, simple letters of intent. So these are opportunities that do not take a long time for folks to figure out if they're qualified or not. And then expanding the timeline again to allow for the planning to be included. Limiting or eliminating financial match for cash-strapped areas so that these folks would not be prohibited from applying based on the inability to come up with matching funds. Flexible approaches to achieving desired outcomes. So recognizing where these barriers exist and creating supports for these folks that may not traditionally be available. Cooperative agreements to feature stronger funder engagement and partnerships to help communities to better skill up, including providing them with administrative expertise and increased capacity to be successful in planning, implementing, and managing grant funds. Having the EPA review state grants and funding programs that have similar strategies to target rural communities at the state level, and using these examples to streamline and support these opportunities. And then lastly, using EPA regional coordination and tracking and collaborating with state agency partners and technical assistance partners with multiple funding contracts across the federal and state agencies. And we had some examples of this in Michigan with some grant programs that they're working at right now. Sarah, would you mind sharing a little bit about the program that you're familiar with in Michigan?
Sure. So we thought it would be helpful and just in terms of illustrating how this might work for different kinds of programs, to pull some real life examples of where it's being used. So we have a letter of intent example. We have a more cooperative type of grant agreement example, and then we have the My Neighborhood program that was just launched in Michigan this year. And it's pretty far afield in terms of content matter, but it's an interesting case study because the State Housing Development Authority has a really broad breadth of programming, and in the past has required different application processes for each stream of funding and each different type of project. Now they have a single application process. It doesn't matter what kind of housing project you're trying to do, you fill out the same application, and on the back end, the Housing Development Authority sort of matches you to the right program and slots you in accordingly. And we realized that this isn't going to be a panacea for every kind of public funding, but wanted to just share it as an example of the concept that we're talking about, which is rather than make everyone learn a complex new process every time they try to do something, we provide some predictability that streamlines the process for applicants that don't have a lot of resources. I'm happy to talk in more detail about any of the other examples as well.
I guess what I'm interested in, because the recommendation says streamline. So can you give me examples of the complexity? You mentioned the complexity of some of what we currently have. Can you help us out with what we're changing from what we want to go to in streamlining?
I think it depends. I think we have potentially thousands of examples. And I know the one that I hear a lot about lately is the community change grant application, which we talked about with Olivia yesterday, but there's, by some accounts, hundreds of pages of fine print that communities have to read on top of the process, which really sort of constrains some communities. Just the grant submittal process can be a barrier for some. So starting with the basics of registering, and I appreciate that they were talking about like the SAMS.gov registration process and online submittal. That's an administrative task in and of itself. And then you get into the actual regulations within the grant application. And these communities that we're working with get really quickly overwhelmed and inundated by the amount of material that they have to account for. So one community that I was working with on a community change grant, I mean, they hired an attorney. Another one hired a consultant that's worked specifically on these EPA grants. And so there's just a lot of considerations that they have to make when they're reviewing whether or not this makes sense for them. And I understand that the language within the grant applications isn't frivolous. I mean, we need all of that information, but what we're talking about is, are there ways to identify commonalities between application processes so that everyone knows if you're going down this path of federal funding, you're going to have this information, and it's all kind of wrapped up into a single or a more condensed process than recreating the wheel every step of the way.
Good.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our next set of recommendations are still under building capacity, but they focus specifically on the technical assistance centers. So outside of the grant application process, we realized that the technical assistance centers were set up to kind of work with some of these communities. We wanted to make recommendations to, regardless of approach, making sure that there was a sustained presence and ongoing resource in these relationships that are developed with the technical assistance centers that build trust and awareness with the communities. And based on that, we recommend the following: providing enhanced or expanded support to the TIC-TACs beyond the initial grant years in perpetuity, conducting proactive outreach to directly engage with potential applicants, including those that are not currently engaged in EPA programming, identifying specific assistant needs for early phase planning and project development, and the ability to navigate communities to appropriate resources. And again, that goes back to some of the things we just discussed with the communities not understanding what they apply for, what they can qualify for, and how to apply for some of those things. Considering resources similar to the Rural Partners Network to provide ongoing staff support at a sub-regional level that are working directly with these underserved communities, networking and connecting them with resource providers, triaging specific community needs, and providing early phase planning support. And then considering resources that would also allow sub-regional organizations with pre-existing relationships to build capacity and work directly and proactively with underserved partners continually, including those not currently engaged with EPA programming.
If there are no questions, I'll just provide some additional commentary on this last one, because we did hear a really good example yesterday with the cooperative. And this has become kind of my soapbox that I'll stand on, so I apologize, but I think the way that we're talking about it here, and maybe, we talked about including this in the charge for the next round of committee discussions and recommendations, is to think about funding resources in a way that is not just episodic grant awards, and sort of reframing how we actually work with some of these organizations to provide that stability long term. And just want to clarify that and emphasize the degree to which it would help with some of these other barriers that we've identified with outreach and capacity for underserved communities.
If I can hop on that real quick, just in terms of context, to go back to a point that was made earlier, I do think that we need to be targeted in terms of the way in which EPA can engage on the issue and the way that they interact on funding. Because at least at the primacy agency level, for us, be it health, be it ecology,
you know, we use a lot in terms of set asides and consistent money that we're getting under some of these programs to do the technical assistance. And at a certain level, it does become a congressional conversation because of the way that these appropriation bills are being put together. For instance, this year, the House bill has cuts that are large enough to the SRF programs to kind of take from both the clean water and drinking water up to 50% and fund the earmark type of projects out of that. Now, you can have a debate about whether it's better to have Congress or experts in an agency, decide how to best kind of get those programs on the ground, the projects undertaken. But the real impacts are exactly what we're talking about, because the set asides and the administrative dollars that come with those grants, those to the states, is really where a lot of this TA and the ability to open up and realize a lot of these efficiencies kind of hit the ground. And it's an issue that I think kind of goes a little bit beyond the EPA context, but is also part of the ball game here as we discuss the rules on the playing field.
Yeah, part of my question here was when I looked at this, and you basically spoke to it, Chris, but where are the funds flowing from that you were recommending using? I mean, we have Inflation Act Reduction Fund, but there's an end to that. So where would we start? Where were those funds coming from?
You mind if I take it? So I think you've got a combination. I think it's going to be state by state. We can start at the federal level, and we could talk about how these, what's given to EPA, but a lot of it comes to the states through the block grants. You then also have, depending on where you're at, you've got a significant amount of state money. In Washington State, I'm part of a couple of folks that get together that it's called the Sync group, that what we try and do to where Sarah is going. We're trying to create that front-facing clearinghouse, knowing that we have so many different idiosyncrasies between the color of money, which program, what act it's coming out of. We're trying to balance allowing folks to choose their best, choose your own adventure path with our knowledge of where projects are going to fit best in what program. And it involves a lot of different kind of funding pots. It involves a lot of different kind of funding authorizations that, we end up in the middle of decision packages now where the executive chooses to go and get federal money, but yet, separation of powers being what they are, we then have to go to the legislature and get the authorization to actually spend that money. So there's a number of fun little thickets that you've got to walk through to get to that level of greater efficiency. So it's not the least complex area of the world.
Are you accessing only tax dollars, or are you accessing private funds? Like, for example, like we were talking about yesterday with Jenna.
For us, we play mostly in the taxpayer ratepayer category. We have engaged in the public-private kind of how do you work with folks to set those incubators up. I will tell you, we had more success in Florida than I have had so far. In Washington, we have had a decent amount of success in the climate ag space with the potato guys and a lot in some decent amount in the dairy space, where we've been able to bring some of that private funding to bear. But the government entities, at least on the state level, have to be very, very careful because we can help facilitate those conversations, but you also can't be seen as
playing favorites. Government can't put their finger on the weight of the market scale, nor would you want us to.
I have just a couple things to add. I'm glad you asked the question. First, one thing I want to mention is that the concept has been sort of included in the Farm Bill proposal through a rural partnership planning proposal that would provide ongoing revenue for capacity building activities. And I think the details of that are that would probably still remain to be seen, but I think that that's one example of trying to identify new resources for this kind of thing. But in a more philosophical sense, I think there's any number of funds that could be restructured in order to work this way. And I'm not suggesting any in particular should be or even could be in the conversations that we're having today, but I think it's important to start the conversation about where are we providing one-time grants and sort of pushing underserved and other communities into this never-ending competition process, which has been identified as a real barrier in terms of planning effectively and actual implementation of projects. So where can we move from that one-time grant award model to a more continuous funding stream with existing resources or with new resources? I think it could, like Chris is saying, it could be any or all of the above. But I think we need to have the conversation at the state level and at the federal level and with private funders about where there might be opportunities to reframe some of those funding practices. So I don't think we wanted to get into specific funding sources for this, but more just, you know, something for the EPA and other partners to consider as they think about priorities and implementation down the road.
Thank you.
Now I'm sorry.
Yeah, I apologize. Sitting in an airport trying to listen to conversation here was really tough yesterday, but I believe Tom asked a question and I wasn't able to hear the response about, making sure that some of these small communities like in Iowa or Missouri, that I'm really concerned that they need this money probably more than anybody. And how do we make sure that they get touched? What's our way of improving that to the smaller communities? And maybe there is something out there through the NRCS office, or is there a collaborative effort going on to make sure that they have the same access and to the money that other communities do?
We've had, I guess I'll relate some of the challenges we've had. So Washington has 2,500 public water systems, just talking drinking water side. And the overwhelming majority of them are under 500 connections. So, we have not gone through some of the large scale consolidation efforts that a lot of other states have at this point, which creates a real need, particularly in the rural areas to get out. And we struggle with it because you have your listservs, you've got your email lists, you've got your community groups, you've got circuit riders through rural water, you've got, we pour a huge amount of money into the outreach and technical assistance. And it's been very interesting to try and track, which we've been doing better over the last few years, the return on investment on that. And there are times in which you feel as though you have led the horse to water. Oftentimes you have created new canals of water to the horse. And we get to a point where you're almost having to drown the horse in the water to get them to pay attention. I mean, it's very, very interesting. We have a requirement from EPA right now to do lead service line inventory. And I'm trying to think, the last instance that I've gotten to pull data from our portal. Out of 2,500 systems, we have less than 100, I think, that have submitted. And frankly, there are a whole lot of folks that aren't going to submit until the October 16th deadline hits and they get the first compliance letter and then everybody panics. So there's a very interesting human component to this that we have to balance. We have to do everything that we can, but we have to balance. And there's a significant amount of deferred infrastructure. There's a significant amount of just some interesting local government stuff. Crowder and I could tell you some stories about some of the things out in Eastern Washington that we've seen. So it's a very difficult, I would say, human and societal issue that government only has so many tools to solve. I can tell you that we continue to redouble our efforts, but the trusted advisors is important, but that only goes so far. The money only goes so far. So we continue to try and find the keys to that lock.
And Bill, understanding you were stuck at the airport yesterday, some of the conversation that we had was about how those communities that haven't been able to access this because of various capacity and process constraints might be better served by a long-term investment in on the ground regional or local capacity where there's a specific effort dedicated to working with those communities to make sure that they're led to the water and don't drown in it.
Graciela. The issue of small systems is a very complicated one because it has a big social component. These communities are not organized. They're operated by volunteers. Operation and the structure for management change all the time because they're volunteers. They don't operate as a business. It's a secondary thing for them because they feel that they're doing the government job, which is the one that's supposed to give them water. So I always thought, and this is an issue that is being explored very deeply since the 90s. It's nothing new. And the main problem is that eventually there has, in my opinion, there would have to be a separate strategy to deal with them, other than going through the process of compliance and regulations, because they need to grow into understanding that they're operating a water system and the implications to the health of the people. Many of them doesn't want to be found, like it's kind of difficult to inventory them because they really don't want, I mean, I'm talking from the ground, which is where I work with them, because regulations and bringing their systems into compliance to serve safe water is a goal for them. It's not something that they can really afford. So I think that the different areas, like in Region 2, there's been a big effort to treat them as a being of communities, and committees have been formed, like the Water Coalition, which is a private-public partnership to help them, and with that, I think that the TikToks are a good alternative to start getting towards them if we could incorporate some of the capacity development and the actually comprehension of the people about the issue of water in these communities to work with them. I think that if there is a renovation of the goals of the TikToks, it would be nice to put something there that the TikToks can work with them at the ground level, from zero, rather than incorporate them in strategies that are designed for educational strategies or capacity development strategies that are designed for bigger organized communities. Jeff?
This discussion reminds me of a discussion we were having on the LGAC a year and a half ago or whatever. Access for these small community systems is really tough. Although you can say access is there, they just don't have the capacity to do it. An example was the Detroit, the administrator of the Detroit water system was telling us, in his area where they control the vast majority of Detroit water, they're connected to 25 or 30 other little water systems that didn't have the capacity to access bill money or IRA money. And so the LGAC went through this discussion of asking the administrator as they're rolling out the bill funds to have some kind of flexibility and letting these smaller companies work with the larger ones and that kind of thing, make sure there was enough flexibility to partner with larger associations that had the capacity to do that kind of thing. James and I had a discussion early on, a couple of years ago, probably, time flies when we're having fun. So James, I'm not sure when it was, but about this exact same thing. This is the farm and ranch and rural communities are the ones with the least amount of capacity to access these things. And this is a prime opportunity, Venus and Beth, for the FRRCC to work with LGAC on topics of concern, because you bring the municipal and the local governments together with the rural communities aspect from what we represent on this side. That could be a powerful advice tool for the administrator of EPA.
I'm just going to jump in and second that, just because, and another personal anecdote. When I was with Palm Beach County, everybody thinks of Mar-a-Lago and everything on the East Coast, but there are some of the most economically challenged rural communities, on Lake Okeechobee. And, every time there was a storm, the I&I was such that the wastewater plant was at 300% of capacity. You had a number of, ag folks that were tied in and looking to, had to rely on the flood control systems. They were pulling irrigation and water supply water off the lake, which the intakes during a drought, they were pulling muck out of the lake. And it was an area where eventually the utility, water wastewater utility where I was at, we ended up having to take over, and it was 50,000 people between 3 cities, ended up spending $60 million on a 10 MGD reverse osmosis plant. But of course, then we turned around and put that water into pipes that had 45% water loss. So 40 cents of every dollar went right back into the muck soil of the glades. And that was, there was conversations about ratepayers, federal role, state role. The municipalities didn't have what they needed in terms of resources, but it was a good place for state, federal, and local, because the county stepped up and we did what we needed to do in terms of working with the community. So I think that to second Jeff's comment, I think this is one of the reasons I'm so passionate about how do we get the cities involved? How do we get the counties involved? How do we get the state agencies and then the feds involved to continue to have those conversations?
Good, thank you all. We'll be moving to our next set of recommendations, and the theme of this was drought and flood resistance to climate change impacts. And we talked about this in that same vein about water systems and how to ensure that smaller water systems are not being negatively impacted, or that we create a barrier to some of this impact based on flood and drought. And so based on those, we recommend that the US EPA develop guidance documents, update regulations, and prioritize funding frameworks to help communities develop technical, managerial, financial plans associated with projects to increase community preparedness with the expected changes due of public health impacts and climate change. So our first recommendation there was to develop or integrate into existing strategic planning efforts, guidance and programmatic modifications that will incentivize infrastructure improvements with a specific focus on water and wastewater systems to make them resilient to change by minimizing exposure to pathogens that can reach the water systems. EPA working with other executive agencies to enhance integrated planning and rulemaking frameworks, as well as external communications to allow for community and stakeholder input in the process. Coordinating with other federal agencies, to name a few: United States Geological Survey, NOAA, Bureau of Reclamation, and others to research and develop source water and atmospheric modeling, data collection and monitoring programs to better understand the challenges that climate variability pose to public health and food security. And lastly, to evaluate and improve forecast systems and climate models utilized by the EPA to inform preparedness plans, including the integration of local and regional modeling efforts undertaken by state and local governments, regional agencies, and integrated climate mitigation and adaptation groups. Are there any questions about these recommendations?
When you, in 32, what climate, did you guys research what climate models EPA is using?
So, sorry, I'll take it. Okay, in the process of permitting or evaluating the technology, when somebody comes with a proposal, either to get funding for implementing new technologies or to, especially in the RECRA part of the agency, they have some models that they use to sort of like evaluate the proposal and so quantify what would be the benefits of such project, or what will be the limitation. Sorry, at this point I have a blank about the name of such models, but there are different areas that models are used in the evaluation phase of projects and permitting process. The other part is forecasting of whether rely in high resolution models that NOAA and other agencies have. So specifically for the rural communities that sometimes are in microclimate areas, that high resolution modeling doesn't give too much information in terms of what to expect for that specific area. So, in the case of like, extreme weather events or even to plan how I can change my source, how I can change my, not really change the source, but how I protect my sources, how I protect my water supply. The predictions really don't help much because they're so tiny there that what the model shows doesn't give the information. So I guess that the recommendation is in the process, EPA all the time review guidance, review regulations, that in the process, the normal process of EPA, droughts and floods are considered, and these tools that they are using are revised or look at to see how they are responding to the needs of these micro areas and small systems, water supplies, because there is a large number of water supplies, like 149,000 small water supplies in America. So that's significant in terms of who is going to be affected by droughts and floods.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that there's a lot of models out there. And I was just reading because as a farmer, we're following weather all the time. And how that affects the cropping patterns in Midwest is dealing with some really good crop weather at the moment. And the reason was because the model was wrong. And so those things, we watch those and we understand that the models are only the models. That's why I was asking the question, which models were you looking at?
Yeah.
Anything else, Chantel, or?
I think this is it. We're at the end of our recommendations.
Excellent, thank you. Thanks to the leads of all three work groups. Those were some really good discussions. And so what I would like us to do is to sort of modify the agenda a little bit. We're supposed to take lunch from 12 to 1:30. I am going to say that we take lunch from 11:30 to 1. And then when we come back from lunch, we just dive in and go through the whole thing. I think that's a lot better than sitting for a few minutes, getting started, and then breaking for lunch, and then coming back and diving back in. So with that being said, once we come back from lunch, I will give these sort of guidelines or instructions on what we're going to do, how we're going to run through everything, and then we'll go through and hopefully wrap up our business fairly expeditiously. So we will be back in the room starting. I'm going to hold us to this. We're going to start at 1 o'clock. So let's all be back here in our seats by about 12:50. There are, I think, several lunch options within walking distance, whether you do a sit down lunch or you grab something and bring it back here. Whatever works for each person here. But so we'll see you at 12:50. Any questions? Folks online, thanks for bearing with this little bit of a flex, and really appreciate you guys weighing in on the conversation and sticking with us. I know it is not easy to do this sort of thing in a hybrid model, but really appreciate it. All right. See you guys at 12:50. Have a good lunch.
Before you all dissipate real quick, is the recording off? Okay, I need a count of people that are gonna be participating tomorrow in the tour, so, I just need to make sure, is there anybody that is not going to be on the tour? Also, you all, there's a market across the street that's like a farmer's market, something that's open today and Friday. So if you all want to hop across the street, I've heard the food's pretty good.
All right, can I get everyone to come back to their seats, please? My goal is to start in 2 minutes.
Good luck.
While we're waiting for our yes, our esteemed colleagues, can anybody who is, well, we're all leaving at some point, make sure if you're looking to find out, how am I getting, from here to Philly or here to Harrisburg or whatever, please, send an email to Linda at the FRRCC@epa.gov email, and she'll help you suss out all the details. Charles, I think she's got your stuff already. Yeah, and probably, right, send her your travel information and probably a cell phone so she can get a hold of you.
And I have a rental car that I had previously, so I fly out of Philly at 10. So if anybody needs a ride to Philly in the morning, I got,
Thursday.
or sorry, Thursday morning, I'll be driving over. Michael, me, I fly out at 10, so whatever time it takes to get to the airport and have plenty of time. I don't.
Okay, so we're all here. Emily, I don't know if anyone told you, but if you make sure that Linda at FRRCC@epa.gov has your travel information, what time you want to leave the hotel, what time your flight is and where it's from, and your cell phone, just send her an email. Email all your departure information to Linda so she can help you figure out how you're getting from here to there.
After offline, because there's a couple people, you and Jeff Orr, so like after the end of this meeting, let's huddle real quick, okay? You too. Yeah, just make sure we all on the same page, but we'll huddle about that.
You and Jeff leave about the same time, Emily.
Yeah, Jeff, you have a flight early out, 6 o'clock on Thursday? Okay. We'll talk.
Well, hope everybody had a good lunch and all these fruit flies around. So let's start talking about what we're doing this afternoon. So we're gonna vote on the recommendations, and I think given that we've had there's a little feedback, I think, or something. Given that we've had some rather extensive discussions in the
Okay.
morning part of the meeting, I think we're ready to go straight into the voting. So what we're gonna do is, again, go work group lead by work group lead, and they're gonna make motions and we're gonna go through the voting. Just as a reminder, we need a motion and a second before we can discuss anything. If there's no second, then we can't proceed to the discussion or adoption of a motion or amendment to an emotion. I'm gonna only take, as I've done in the past, I'm only gonna take one amendment to a motion at a time to keep things simple and straightforward. Each person will get to speak once before someone else speaks a second time, with the exception of the work group lead, who will have an opportunity to respond to any amendments or questions before others speak. I am going to limit the number of times someone speaks on an amendment to the motion to 2 times, again, with the exception of the work group lead. And then, I mean, you guys have pretty much all been doing this already, but just remember to stand up your name card. If you're here in the room, stand up your name card. Raise your hand if you're online. And I am going to try to call on people online first before I go to people in the room. And then, Michael, I'll also look to you to help me track the order of people, because I know sometimes I end up missing half the room because I'm looking one way. Just another reminder, we are not doing grammatical or typo types of edits right now. If you have identified some of those, feel free to pass me your version of the document with those in them later by the end of today. But we are really talking about the content, the substantive parts of what's in these recommendations. And then the process that we've followed in the past is once we complete the vote, and we've accepted whatever we've accepted, the recommendations have come to me for a final edit. And that edit does not mean I'm changing the material content. It's really, I'm looking one more time for structure and typos and grammatical stuff, so we're not sending a poorly written document on. And then I also draft a transmittal letter that then goes to Venus and Rod, and they help move it along to the administrator.
Just confirm they can hear you. See you.
Can folks online see us and hear us? If someone comes off mute.
Yes.
We can, Beth.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. So any questions before we dive in? Oh, yes, Tom.
There were some things discussed in our discussion earlier. Is there a revised draft, or are we voting on the draft?
So
I'm gonna ask for my stuff first. I'm gonna ask Venus to pull up Kelly's changes that addressed.
John first. Oh, Kelly's.
No, Kelly took notes and addressed our Group A's comment. So we'll have that on the screen. Yep.
Right. Okay, and motions and seconds of motions have to be made by committee members, of course. Okay, so we're gonna start with group one. And I'm gonna hand it to Michael.
Okay. So just to be able to pull things onto the floor, I would make a motion that we accept work group 1, water, energy and climate, their draft recommendations as written. Not as amended earlier, but as written.
Love it. Do I have a second?
Madam Chairman, I second the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion? So this is your time. If you have any discussion about any parts of what's in group A.
When she gets a chance.
Yeah, once
So when
Venus pulls it up.
when Venus is able to pull this up, there was some discussion earlier and there's a possible amendment that would need to come from the floor. Chris, on safe drinking water act.
But I think, and we don't have to, but
Wait till we get it up there, though. Because we won't capture it.
Say that again, sorry. Okay. Barry, you got a question? Go ahead.
I would wait for Chris if Chris had a question, but.
Yeah, there we go.
Barry, was yours a question on process or were you ready to get started?
I was just going to ask the council to give consideration to
okay.
future recommendation to work on the future stuff, what I had spoke about, but that's it.
No.
I don't think we need to vote on the future stuff, Barry.
No, that's fine.
I captured it in my notes and
Okay. Yep. I understand, Beth.
Thank
That's
you.
absolutely fine.
Okay.
Okay, and we'll get down to. It will be right. Is that Kelly's version? Did I say
No, this is the original version. Okay, this is the last thing that we discussed. So what's on the screen right now is the original version. Once we get to the right place, I will take it and then I will put that in yellow so you can see the different one.
You need
this version? Is it addressed? Yeah, it addressed everything. So Chris, would you like to speak on this while we're?
I believe following the proper protocol, I would probably be the one to propose an amendment to the existing language based on language that Kelly has helpfully drafted that I would hope we might be able to pop up on the screen. And I'm happy to recite it if necessary, but my motion is going to be for the amended language to be adopted into the text of the document.
Thank you. And that would be specifically referencing 1B first.
I'll give you a second on that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, David.
Okay. Just a moment. I think Venus, you're pulling up the second document, right?
Okay, this one's quite easy. Well, I lost the first one. So I'll read it. EPA should encourage and promote market-based and pay-for-performance approaches for states that have delegation authority for EPA Clean Water Act, and then adding and safe drinking water regulatory programs. Is that what you were referring to, Chris?
Yes.
Thank you. So you're adding and Safe Drinking Water Act regulatory and striking permitting.
That was the initial amendment. I suppose I will ask Madam Chair whether you wanted to, because we had one more? Two more. We had two more amendments in the same vein that taken together were kind of the amendment to the section. We could do it one by one, or you want to do it all at once? Then I would ask you to read articulate the other two amendments, sir.
Yeah, up there, please.
And I guess I have to ask David as the second, whether that would be agreeable to you, sir.
I can do
We
it that
kind of
way.
see where the first one is and take a look at that. I'm very confused as to what we're even amending at this point.
We're trying to get it on this screen, Jennifer.
Okay, it's small.
Okay, so Chris, there's the first one you were referencing. And then scroll down, please.
I'm going to respectfully make a modification to this, so I'm gonna change the color. I'm gonna change all the edits because I think it's hard for people to see.
Okay.
So I'm gonna like red or blue. Would you all like red or blue?
Red, please.
As long as nobody's cold.
And for those online, the reason behind these amendments are to broaden the scope slightly to also incorporate those actions that could create additional flexibility under the Safe Drinking Water Act in addition to the Clean Water Act.
Okay, Chris, we had 1, 2. If you want to explain what you added there.
Hang on, one sec, she's just highlighting it.
So unfortunately, it's not letting me change the font color. So I'm gonna do the yellow highlight, right? So if everybody see that, so these are the things that are.
Can you guys see that?
So, quick update for processing purposes. I was going to change the color to red, but it would not allow me to do so. So now I'm highlighting it, the blue text in yellow highlighter. So those were the changes that were done. So I'm going through that right now. If anybody has questions, like flag, let me know.
Okay, so that looks to be all your changes on this particular section, correct?
Yes, sir.
Any discussion on those?
As I noted, this was simply to expand beyond the Clean Water Act to also include some of the flexibility that can be achieved under the Safe. Excuse me, Safe Drinking Water Act.
Okay. Any discussions on Chris's amendment?
Okay, so I'd like to take a vote to accept this amendment to the motion as highlighted in yellow. All those in favor say what? No, we're accepting everything that you just highlighted. It's even the part.
And above.
Right, we're accepting everything that is highlighted in yellow right now.
Let's scroll up and make sure that everybody.
Right, so
So I just want to make sure you like.
go down. Okay, so it's starting with stop.
I would make sure that I get all the yellow highlight, I guess.
Okay, so it starts there and goes down. And includes these two. So all those in favor of accepting this amendment, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All those abstaining?
Nay.
Okay, this amendment carries.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Any further discussions on regulatory and policy roles 1 or funding and financing roles 2? Okay, hearing none, we'll move forward to 3. Any discussions on 3?
So there's, you have to slow because she's got to write notes saying that this motion accept passed.
Okay. While she's taking the notes, is there any discussion on 3 or 4? Okay. Number 5, EPA to help blend stack funding pools or attract private capital. Any questions? Okay, 6. We do have some suggested language change that I would entertain a motion to include the background per Emily's suggestion earlier.
Motion to include the background. Which will go under, and then, and I was gonna say also like a small change to the language there.
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the motion as written on this, as amended onto the screen?
Right, can we just, leave it there so people can read that whole yellow paragraph? Okay, so barring no discussion on this, I'm gonna call for a vote on accepting these, this amendment, which is this modified language that's highlighted in yellow right here. All the, huh? You said there's a hand up? Oh, who's got their hand up online? Barry?
Sorry.
Am I not taking it down from earlier?
Okay,
I'm sorry.
okay. So can we just stay on that one highlighted paragraph, please? Okay, so all those in favor of accepting this amendment to the motion that's the language that's highlighted in yellow, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? This amendment carries.
Okay, continuing on with 6, is there any further discussion on number 6? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to 7. Number 8, EPA coordinate with USDA. Any discussions? Okay, 9. And then not specifically to 9 or 10, but per Emily's suggestion earlier, we did create a background statement for that. And I would have Emily, if you want to entertain a motion.
I have a motion to include a background statement. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thanks, James. Any discussion? And then, once we can see it all. Or do you want to do a automatic page break or something? We're just getting it so everybody can see it on one page. All right. There we go. Okay. So any discussion on this paragraph here? Okay. Barring any discussion, we'll take a vote to accept this amendment to the motion, which is adding this language as highlighted in yellow here. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay is noted by Barry.
Yes.
Okay, any abstentions? The amendment carries by majority vote.
Okay, so that's the last section. Is there any other areas of recommendations from work group number 1 that you would like to discuss? Take a motion to accept all that. Yeah, no.
What we have originally.
Yeah.
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 And
As amended.
so no one online the same.
Anybody online have anything further for work group 1 recommendations?
Are we just approving 1 through 10?
We are not addressing solar, correct? Not
Okay. All right. Thank you. I do have one kind of I think we discussed it earlier, but I got a little lost in the pay for performance. Does that mean performance as in well, it says outcomes. So does that mean, is that my environmental asset?
Jennifer, which number are you referring to?
Well, it's actually, y'all just added it in this background as well, but I think it's also in number 1. It's in 1C as well. I just want to make sure I am understanding that for sure.
So for the people benefit on the screen, she's referring to, at least for section 10, the background information that was accepted, that EPA can continue to work with the USC partners, USC and other partners to quantify environmental outcomes as a pay for service. I'm sorry, this thing, I can't see it. Market-based projects. So you all, I just selected, I didn't highlight anything. That's the sentence she's referring to. So I just want to make sure people are clear with what she's talking about. And
Yeah,
I have not got to the first one, but I'll go look at that too.
Okay, yeah, it's in 1C as well.
Is there a specific question you have or a suggestion?
Yeah, what is the definition of performance?
Hey Jennifer, it's Rod. It's basically interchangeable with outcomes-based outcomes-based payments or ecosystem services. So pay for performance basically just means measuring the specific environmental attribute or improvement and then paying for that outcome or performance. It's not uncommon in ecosystem service market context, that term.
Okay, so let me bring this down to my level and see if I'm understanding what that means. So if I'm using alternate wetting and drying and I'm reducing the carbon emission or the methane and carbon or greenhouse gas emissions from my rice field, is that considered a performance or a practice?
The outcome would be the performance. So basically however much CO2 equivalent that you're reducing because of your practice, that's the performance. So it's basically an outcomes-based payment. So it, rather than paying to install a practice, you're being paid on the environmental outcome or performance.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so like cover crops, you're being paid for your sequestration amount. You're being actually paid for their carbon reduction.
Correct. Yeah, I hope that's helpful.
Okay, well, I just a note of, just to make note, that I know farmers we're used to actually getting paid for practices, obviously, and I think it's important to be sure and for farmers, let's understand exactly what that is. I don't know if we need maybe in the wordsmithing a little bit of exactly what that is. I'm sure if you're in the, ecosystem services realm, you understand what that is, but just in farmer language, that may or may not be. And, I can get paid for a practice and then I can sell what my performance end is. And so once we start mingling those two together, it starts changing the income stream for the farm.
Yeah, it is indeed a different financial model than the upfront it can be a different financial model than the upfront practice payments. That's correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I'm sorry. Okay. I'm glad. Well, first, can I say two things? It's really hard to hear Jennifer. It wasn't earlier. I don't know, like on this side of the table, like it sounds like it's only playing, her voice is only coming from over there. So I don't know if it might just be me, but you can hear, I have to go back there to hear her. Okay. Well, okay, this morning I could hear her fine, but now it's really hard. And, I don't know if there's anything we can change, but, I had it like, I know we already voted, so, and I'm not proposing to reopen it, but I also had a similar question in like the background on 9 and 10. Cause we're mentioning specific, like pay for performance and like, I forgot the other term is there. It doesn't really link to the language in 9 or 10, so I was kind of curious, like, I mean, I kind of felt like I don't have any problem with it, but it seems like it could be narrower than what's in 9 and 10. I mean, I think if in 9 and 10, we're saying verify the impacts, then once we verify them, you actually could pay at the outset rather than only paying for performance. So it seems like we might be unnecessarily narrowing the content of 9 and 10 with that background statement. Again, it's not my hill to die on, but just like putting out there for the group that if we want it to be broader, we might be able to take out just that one few phrase. And I can't, it's not on the screen right now, so I can't show you what I'm talking about, but if you are interested, I'd be delighted to make a proposal. And to also Jennifer, I don't know if like, maybe this would relate to your comment too. So where the last sentence where it says EPA can continue to work with USDA and other partners to quantify the environmental outcomes, I would like say why from like, we could take out of pay for performance and market-based projects. So I would keep from EPA through outcomes and get rid of from like of through the end of projects. Again, if others feel strongly, I'm just proposing it might relate to Jennifer's comment, and it seems like right now the language of this is like, we want to just know the outcomes, we want to understand them better, which you could use in a lot of different ways for programming, whereas this would make it a lot narrower.
Are you making a motion?
I don't want to be annoying, but maybe.
Do what you want to
Fine,
do.
I'll make a motion. I motion to take those words out.
Okay.
I will
I have a
second. I'll second the motion.
All right, we've got seconds and thirds. Any discussion about removing the highlighted 7 words?
And now have Frank room.
Right. Okay, so I'm gonna call for a vote. All those in favor of, before I call. Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify, I guess it went to Jennifer's point. We start from a practice model, right? And in many cases, we look at it from the NRCS standpoint, and you are paying for practices which are individualistic on the parcel, right? The environmental outcomes are cumulative and substantive within a basin. So it is 2 different frameworks. It is, you are paying for a practice that is accomplishing something in the efficiency realm on the parcel, but from the agency standpoint, in terms of EPA, think of it in the TMDL in Chesapeake, what happens on an individual parcel is less important than the actual environmental outcomes in a cumulative level. And my experience down South Florida, you were looking at how were you creating speed bumps for a variety of different, as water kind of flowed through the basin. So part of that was building the projects on an individual parcel, but the outcomes that we ended up paying per acre foot or whatever it was under a contract had very little to do at the end of the day with the parcel. It actually had to do with what the cumulative benefit within that system was. So at the end of the day, as I read this, what you're trying to get at is not only the we recognize the modeling value on the front end that gives you your predictive as to what's going to happen in terms of efficiency on the parcel. But if you're doing data monitoring and getting those quantifiable net benefit outcome confirmance on the, after the project is in place, you can establish market-based mechanisms and environmental services for those benefits that accrue, which actually gets you to a cleaner market than presumptions based on a modeling system alone. So that's to me, it's front end, back end that actually gets to a better quantification of outcomes than just the traditional let's pay for practices framework.
Ryan?
So I think my challenge of taking any of that language out is you're taking out any economic structure tied. So you're saying, yeah, we'll quantify the environmental outcomes, but you're not talking about any market-based or economic structure. So I guess I'd be okay with taking out PFP, but maybe leave some sort of language around market-based incentives.
I just only want to provide a point of reference. This is termed background and not part of the actual recommendation language. So as you all are thinking and working through this piece, this is listed as background and not as a directive. So if you'd like to make a modification, you are feel free to do so, but just let's recognize that this was provided in the context of background and not an action.
Okay.
At least how it's been structured.
Apologies. I would still leave market-based in there and for the background.
I'm fine. I mean, I started out with like, I like hesitate to bring up. I think this, to me, the background relates really well to 10, and it's like a little less clear to me how it relates to 9, because I think 9 could be broader, but I also, in agreeing that it's part of the background, I'm okay like leaving that language in. I don't have strong feelings, so let's do that.
I was gonna let him, Barry, go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of the discussion, and it's probably brought up by my rambling and whatever, the pay of performance. I don't like the word performance, and the market-based projects or the market-based whatever market-based payments. That's the real stuff. And I think that's what I was getting to, but the performance, I'm not sure about that, but whatever you guys decide. I mean, I'm waking up. I'm sorry.
Should I revoke my motion? I'm happy to do that. Do I have to move to revoke my motion?
You and the second could remove it at friendly removal if you wanted.
You could withdraw. I start. I move to friendly remove. I don't know what.
You can withdraw your motion.
I need your Robert's Rules book. Can you pass it down here?
The person seconding has to agree.
Right.
You can withdraw.
Did Jennifer second or who seconded?
I don't know if y'all captured. I said second, but you may have captured someone else. I'm fine with it though.
Are you removing? Are you withdrawing your second?
Is the performance paid for by EPA? Gosh, there's a huge echo.
I think no. My reading is no. It could be EPA or the market,
Okay, well, I think when we reviewed all this, we were looking at those public-private partnerships in that, it was like a supply chain type thing. So you had the farmer and you had the technical providers and you had, a food company who was probably paying you actually for the performance, which is the way it's stated here. You might have been getting paid for the practices from NRCS, and then you could get paid for the performance on the end from, a food company who was trying to lower their, their footprint. So I think it was like a conglomerate type project basis is kind of where this started from. Does that sound right, Michael? The rest of our group?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'd say that's a fair statement. Yes.
Okay, so Jennifer, were you withdrawing or are you keeping your motion? Your second of the motion.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. It's okay. I just don't
Okay.
want there to be confusion, you
Okay,
know.
so we are leaving. The language that's in blue and strike through is actually going to be left in there.
Okay, any other discussion for work group A on the non-solar recommendations? Okay,
so now I'm going to call for a vote on the main motion to accept this first parcel, right, 1 through 10 and accompanying paragraphs as amended. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Okay. The motion carries with amendments. Let's move to the next.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're gonna move to the solar for all recommendations. And do I have a motion?
I would move to bring it to the floor as written.
Hang on one sec.
The solar for all is not in this, correct? The modified language isn't in this.
It's a separate email, I think. Okay, but we can get a second in this. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Thanks, James. Okay. While we've got language, the original language is up here. So we're open for any discussion. And then Venus is pulling something else up too.
So as we're pulling this up, Jennifer sent us some suggested language that she will bring forward as a motion when we're able to open that.
So will this be to take the place of what's up here now?
Yes.
Okay.
So Jennifer, it'd be your floor to make a motion as you had sent that.
Yeah, you ready for the vote? I move that we amend as Venus is pulling up. And I will say this was done very quickly and trying to listen and do this at the same time. So there may be tons of errors in it too.
First question that I have. Can everybody read this and see this? It's okay. Thumbs up. Okay.
So if you're looking at your original document, the first changes that she was suggesting was she struck the first two paragraphs.
Michael, I don't think you got a second on the amendment. I second the amendment.
That was on the original. Thank you. You're correct. That was the main motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a seconded motion to accept the revisions that Jennifer is proposing here, which you're gonna now explain what they
I'll
are.
walk through.
Or Jennifer can explain.
Jennifer, do you want to explain this and scroll down, or would you like for me to do that?
Yep, sorry, I was muted. Basically, I just struck all the parts about the the large scale utility stuff and anything referring to referring to that in general. Yeah, and that sentence was in the second paragraph, but I added it back in at the end of the third paragraph. essentially, I was just trying to streamline it down to the rural community type projects, not large scale projects. And so everywhere that it has land owners, I added in and home and building owners. Because a lot of these projects are going to be on rooftops, it sounds like. Or could be potentially. And then I think we all those resources are still listed there. And then I added that I believe that we should also insert resources pertaining to rooftop installations for buildings. If we're going to reference the, BMPs for land, we should also reference rooftop. I don't know what those are. I don't know where you find those. I'm not sure if there even are any, but it would make sense that we would reference all types of installations in this.
Okay, so let's tackle up to that point till 11, so we don't get too far.
Can I interject? I think it would actually be helpful to see the other edits and then go back and tackle them. I'm sorry, I know that might be just to like kind of get a feel for like the overall flow or like what the overall content is gonna be. Is that okay, Michael?
I just don't want to get too.
I know, but maybe we can look at all of it and then go back and like talk about each part one by one. And if you want to email it, I don't know if everyone's online, but. You're just to be clear, you're asking Venus to scroll down so we can show all that Jennifer's proposing, even though we're just gonna move on deal with the first recommendation first.
So for just clarity purposes, the introduction and background that's on the screen right now, those entire 2 paragraphs were a strike through. So that was the original language that's on the screen right now that has a strike through. I can take the strike through off if for
You might want to highlight it.
this entire thing.
I'm sorry, but I got that part. I think then it sounded like Michael wanted to vote on that, and I was just suggesting, can we see the rest? Because I think some of the question in the background might be like, what are the actual recommendations, like to know what background we want to vote to eliminate.
So what's on the screen right now is the proposed, some original language that's in black, and then the changed proposed language that is highlighted in yellow.
Got that. Can you go on to the second recommendation? Because this background's for these 2 recommendations, and we just saw the background of the first recommendation and not the second. Does that make sense?
Okay, here's the second part.
So while you're doing this, in my opinion, I'm not really sure why we want to discount the background of an issue that is the problem and why we're talking about this is there is prime farmland that is being taken by solar because of the huge amount of money that's being invested in solar. And I don't think it changes our recommendations, but we're taking away a background issue that I think we want to know. We want to include that this is a problem and we're not changing our recommendations. I'm just not sure why we need to take that out of the picture. I think it should be mentioned because it's an important issue. And it is an issue, but if you take it out, it's still an issue. And it's whether it comes from us or elsewhere. I think we should just need to, recognize it.
Any other discussion, Tom?
Matt, I would just say though, I think where the problem is it's background under Solar for All that doesn't really fit the Solar for All program. That's the concern. I'm not disagreeing that it's background for solar, but most of it's utility scale solar that doesn't fit the Solar for All program, the way I understand it, and I'm no expert by any means. That's just where I think the issue is.
Well, so I don't know what's getting crossed out, and what's getting left in. We're still talking about farmers' land. And I don't know what makes, a small, solar array versus a large solar array, if that's ever captured someplace, or if there's some sort of criteria. So I don't know. I just think we got to be very careful about whether we're discounting all of that. But if you're still going to include farmers and land, then it is included. So, I very much believe in farmer rights and land rights. But I also know that there's a problem that we have to address.
Well, and I think that maybe that should be in a separate recommendation that maybe we should work on in the future. I just don't, Tom has probably better than I have myself has explained my thoughts on it, in that these projects are community projects. Most of them are not-for-profit companies who can only get the money to do it. They're a state, city, local governments who can get the money. It's only, the maximum project is only 5 megawatts. I just believe that all of this large scale information does not have anything to do with the recommendations within this project that we have cited. And if we feel like these recommendations are more important than the ones we have, then we need to revamp that. We need to have that discussion, but they are not tied together. And you're not talking about large tracts of land like is alluded to in these first 2 paragraphs.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think you're right. I think it's 2 separate things. I just, and maybe it is something that we need to do in the future. And this is a partial, recommendation.
Would it be, with Robert's Rules of Order to move to send this back to the work group?
Emily?
Oh, I was just gonna say, and I'm like saying the same thing I mentioned yesterday, but I looked at the like Solar for All program, and I agree it's definitely meant to be like smaller arrays, but there's nothing in it that means it couldn't be used on on ground or on land that's for farming. So for that reason, I think I'd be comfortable with a lot of this language that's sort of talking about, making those trade-offs, like the education of farmers and of thinking about ways to make sure it's done in ways that like prioritize. Again, I think to me, there's so many incentives right now out there in the market to build solar And so if you're putting a small thumb on the scale for it to be built in like brownfields and roofs instead of on farmland, I don't think that's taking anything away in terms of like choices and like the market, what the market's already signaling. So, you know, I agree it's not sort of the intent of solar for all, but in reading the way the program's written, there's no reason it couldn't be used in those ways, especially because we're saying in one of these parts, like we would like to make sure that there's a priority for making sure it's used in rural communities where I think it's possible, you know, households who would be able to get panels are making those decisions. So I'm comfortable like kind of talking about the broader set of recommendations because I think they're important. I don't think they take away you know, any rights or they don't take away any of the market that's out there right now, in my opinion.
Are you saying the broader set of recommendations or the background and introduction?
I mean, I think the background and introduction is helpful. I agree with the points that Jennifer and Tom have made about maybe it's sort of starting with like a title for the section that's more like solar. And then there's like, then we talk about solar for all and keep maybe some of the things that, with the edit that Jennifer has. And then maybe it's like, you know, solar in, you know, agricultural communities. And we keep some of the background that goes there. Like, I agree with the point that some of this doesn't fit, but I think it's like relevant. And again, I think within our charge, if we agree with the content. So to me, it's less of a question of, the mechanics of what is the heading under which we put it as much as maybe the first step is, do we agree on this content generally? And then the second step would be, should it be considered under solar for all versus like under a broader heading? And I don't know what the feel is in the room more generally about that.
We're going a lot of directions here. We have a motion and a second for Jennifer's changes. So, to address your comments, let's see, because you guys
Do you want me to make a more specific recommendation, Michael?
Well, I'm thinking
Okay.
through this in my head of how short of, and it may be just kicking it back to the committee to refine, but I agree with some of the background introduction and the introduction and background is helpful. Maybe we could strike utility scale concepts because that's not where we're getting at with this. But I guess I would be asking you, Emily, do we go forward with this motion, which would be kind of opposite to what you just suggested and what Matt just suggested? So kind of looking for how you'd want to proceed.
Let's let Matt respond.
I think we should table this and put it into back to committee and spend the right time on this and try to do it now. I think the recommendations that we're putting forth are good recommendations. They're not, we're not disputing the recommendations of getting education of farmers and doing, you know, some important things that have to get done before you sign the dotted line. But I think we're really focusing in on the problem of the background, which I don't think is a problem. I think we're all in agreement. We're just hitting it from different angles. So I'll move that we table this recommendation for this section of solar for all and send it back to committee.
I'll second the motion.
Well, so wait, because we
Jennifer, you made the motion originally and then seconded a motion that's technically out of order. Maybe easiest if you withdraw your motion and we just take this back to committee. But it would be your call because you made the motion originally.
So can I withdraw my original motion and move to table?
And then who seconded that originally?
I think Tom did.
Tom? Are you okay?
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay. So the motion
And-
has been,
And second the motion to table.
okay, then you're,
Okay, so is there any discussion about tabling? All right, we're gonna call. What? Hold on. Okay, so I just, before I call for the vote, I want to just have a clarifying point here. We should probably talk about some timeline with which we're going to table this to bring it back within X amount of time, just given that we're running out of time with this charter. So I think we'd want to say within, I mean, I don't know how much time you need to get a meeting on the books. Yeah, virtual meeting.
Yeah, virtual meeting. I think, yes. I mean, I'll do a point of reference from our summer meeting last year. We had a meeting in July in Fort Collins and we tabled some of the discussion and voting and we came back and had a virtual meeting at the end of September. So just that's kind of a time frame. We're going to hit the end of the fiscal year. And then we're also currently in open nomination. So I think we should just factor all those variables in from a timing perspective. But we want to make sure that we allow the committee and the ad hoc work group with enough time to kind of comb through. So I think it's less about making sure it's being very clear on the inherent timeline and some of the challenges with the timing. So I don't know if we have to, I'm not necessarily suggesting that we attach a timeline to the motion and the voting, but I think there should be some at least discussion and understanding of what timeline that looks like if we're trying to make recommendations to submit to the current charge.
Well, and I would like to point out too, that I believe that the work group really needs some more we need some more background on this. We really have not, to my knowledge, had anyone come in, we had, I think, someone from Solar et al. Back last summer, at our general committee meeting and things like that, but I don't think we've had any deep dives into why or why not we should include some of this language and things like that. So I think for my part, it would be a little bit more educating the work group as well about all that surrounds this issue.
so I'll just tell you what the whispering is up here is that there's no work group meetings planned for this configuration of the group currently. We can call it, so if we table this, it's table.
What'd you say?
Well, I was telling them that we would have to call another online meeting. If we table this, unless we call another meeting, it will be tabled for good.
Right, so my goal would be if we're tabling this for now, that we have a virtual meeting before the end of the fiscal year, so by September 30th. Which I think gives enough time for a Federal Register notice. So any questions about that? Are you?
I was gonna make a suggestion, just, I know I don't really understand Robert's rules, so I'm sure I'm screwing up, I'm sorry. But it seems like maybe having a vote on one of two options, one of which is like, I don't know, I mean, I guess I'm still trying to figure out, like, is there agreement on a certain set of content here that we should just agree on? And then agree that we want the committee to look at a broader set of recommendations later? And maybe it's like sort of saying, do people prefer that, or do people prefer tasking the working group with going back and getting a little more information and then doing another meeting.
Right.
And I know Robert's rules doesn't seem to allow like these binary.
No, it does. I mean,
Oh.
we could vote on this motion to table it and that vote could fail. We could vote on Jennifer's original motion and that could fail. And we could then vote on, you know, take certain pieces of it and say see what we're willing to live with and what we're not. So it's not binary. It's just Robert's rules is making us deal with it bite by bite by bite.
I just want to do one point of clarification that the last language that was stated was to send it back to the ad hoc work group. So that's the only thing that's been discussed. There has actually not been a discussion about bringing it back to the full committee. The ad hoc work group would need to meet and make that decision that it needs to advance. And then we would obviously modify. And if we need to call another meeting, we can. We'd have to just make sure that we're following our federal advisory committee laws in the Federal Register with enough notice, et cetera, so forth. So I think just for clarity purposes, the only thing that has, at least that was tied to the motion that I heard, and please correct me if I'm wrong, chair or vice chair, that it was only to kick it back to the ad hoc work group. That's the only thing that has been discussed as of right now.
Graciela.
You know, looking at what we have on the table, I think that it really doesn't need that much editing. I think that with a clarification sentence or two that establish that we acknowledge that solar for all, you know, is not for big landlords, is for you know, like smaller units and housing. And I acknowledge that in some farms, there are units and housings that might benefit from a solar for all. And if we just add a clarification sentence on that way, then all the other stuff falls into place, because we're not saying that this is for a specific to be applied like solar for all. So what I'm saying is that I think that if we decide on sending this back for a long process, I think would be sort of like a waste of time, because the changes that we need to make are not that, don't require that much effort.
So as a chair, I kind of agree with you that we're not that far off, but I will let the committee decide if
I agree.
we want to do that. We do have a motion and a second on the floor.
Right. And just one other point of discussion before if we're ready to call for a vote on that particular motion, is just to say there are other options that can be discussed. Like we will take this vote. And if it doesn't pass to table it, we can also we could make a motion to table it for now, go through the other work groups, get that stuff done. And if we still have time, we can come back and work on this, which in essence is kind of akin to what you're saying, Graciela. So is there any other discussion? The current motion that is on the table that has been seconded is that this gets tabled and sent back to the work group for refinement. To then come back.
Beth, I'll call for the question. Let's vote.
Okay. All those in favor of tabling this and sending it back, the solar for all stuff, tabling it and sending it back to the. Right, this is recommendations 11 and 12 and the text that goes around them, sending it back to the work group for refinement to come back to the committee. All those in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Nay. We're gonna have to do a roll call or a hand vote. So Okay. Okay, can you do it so I can see the people who are online? Please stop sharing. I wasn't sure what it was that made them disappear. Oh, or show me, right, show, okay. Oh. Okay, so folks online, I'm gonna just call your name, and this is, yes, right now I want to know if people who are in favor of tabling this and sending it back to the work group. Bill, whoops, it's moving. Jennifer James.
Yeah, I'm in favor of tabling.
Okay, Bill Prock,
I vote no.
Phil Chavez,
Yes.
Barry Berg. Barry, are you still on? You're muted.
I am.
Are you in favor of tabling this or not?
Say again, Beth.
I'm looking for if you're in favor of tabling recommendations 11 and 12 and sending it back to the work group for refinement or no?
Yes.
Okay. So then, let's see. All in the room here, all those in favor of tabling it, please raise your name card thingy or your hand, either way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. Hmm?
That's a majority.
Wait, just wait. Please keep it up if you're in favor of tabling it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, put those down. If you're opposed to tabling it, please put yours up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or I guess, am I not supposed to vote at this point? I don't know. 5 without me.
Are you voting or no?
I think we only vote in a tie or something.
So then it's 5?
Yeah, so what are we at?
Six.
11 to 6.
Yes, there were one, so just for recap, there were 3 folks that voted. There are 3 people that voted yes online and 8 people that voted yes in the room. Grand total of yeas is 11. There was 1 person that voted no online and 5 people that voted no in the room because we did not include the chair, and that brings 6. So with that, we've got 11 yeses and 6 nos, and it carries.
Okay, so this is being tabled for today. It's going back to the work group and to refine and bring back to the committee.
And just so you know, I had to abstain.
Pardon?
I had
Oh,
to
sorry. How many people abstained? Put your name up. I guess we abstained. 3 abstentions. Thanks, Dave. Okay. So we can now move on to Jeff Whitty's group.
Oh, my goodness. I moved to table it too.
I'm not asking for a second.
I know,
Yeah.
motion's out of order.
Okay.
All right. We had one recommendation, little simple thing that we discussed this morning. There was so I'll move to accept recommendation 13 as presented.
Second.
Excellent. We have a motion to accept recommendation 13 as written.
There was
second.
I had a comment from Don Brown and he had to get off, but he wanted me to bring up, he still has a little heartburn over the the second bullet in A, I've got to find it. So under an A, and then we had two bullets on the regulatory sandbox that provides expedited multi-agency.
Hold on one sec, Jeff. Just give Venus a second to get there so folks can see the language you're referring to.
Great.
Thanks.
So if you go under under number 13. And this is in the part of the language we added this last night. There we go. A little more there, Venus. What happened? It's gone. Oh, there it is. Keep on trucking. A little more. Oh, what happened to all the changes?
Venus has a couple of different documents open and she's trying to find the right one that's got the
understand.
yellow highlighting in it.
That's all right, Venus. We're good.
All yours, Jeff.
All right. So Don Brown wanted me to bring up, so we go down just a little bit more. He still had a little heartburn over this statement, including, whoa, stop. Oh, nah, go back. Up. Okay. So where we put, including a regulatory sandbox that provides expedited multi-agency review for technology that creates prioritized environmental benefits. He wanted to just stop at technology. So basically it'd be multi-agency review for technology that will incentivize innovation. So basically he was wanting to take out that creates prioritized environmental benefits. He had to get off, and so I told him I'd bring that up to the group for discussion. Questions?
Was this was where he said like who's deciding on the benefits and
His concern was agencies, leaving it up to agencies to decide what environmental benefits were prioritized. And he thought that maybe should be a bigger crowd or just leave it out.
Do you want me to amend that, to strike that?
If you like.
I'll move to amend to strike that.
do I have a second for that? Second. Okay, any discussion, Emily?
If we're gonna strike that, I think we probably should strike the whole thing because I think otherwise, so what the idea with this was like, if there's some benefits, whether environmental or other to society besides just like an economic benefit to the maker, then they would get expedited review. But if you take out that, it just says everyone gets expedited review, which we actually know is not possible. So I mean, just saying, I think we should have discussion, but I think the idea there was there's like a whole bunch of new technology coming on the market or wanting to get the green light and in addition to having more resources for agencies, which is recommended later, could there also be some like quicker process for ones that have some societal co-benefits, whatever they are, environmental, health, nutrition, but that are, and again, so I think I'm fine if we want to strike it, but then I would say we should strike all of it because it doesn't make sense without the piece that got cut out. Or like amend, change what the benefits are that we think should be mentioned. Just putting that out there for consideration.
So
Sarah, what?
I just had a clarification question. When you said strike the whole thing, are you saying this entire bullet?
No, the yellow highlighted.
Oh, just the yellow highlight part.
So, yeah, right, I mean, right now, we're just on the blue part for striking. Nobody's made a motion for the rest of it yet.
Yep.
Just a comment.
Sarah?
I just wonder if it's covered in the climate net benefits, because we talk about prioritized environmental benefits, but then at the end, we're still talking about climate net benefits, so maybe it's not all technologies. I see what you're saying though, Emily.
Beth?
So if we cut that, then it would be the only benefit you get, that prioritized review would be climate net benefits, which I'm okay with, just saying what it would say would be even slightly narrower. But I guess you're right. Thank you for pointing that out, Sarah.
Was someone online saying something?
Beth, this is Bill Proct.
Thanks, Bill.
I'm not able to raise my hand. I like just taking off what we've have stricken there. This isn't expediting anything. This whole process here has been about how to shorten the review process, no matter what the benefit is. And that's what, then this, if you leave that in there where it says that creates prioritized environmental benefits, that's the only thing you're going to shorten the process for. And I think our goal has been to try to shorten the process of everything because there are things that can help us environmentally. There's things that can help agriculture economically, that are out there. And if we could cut 2 years out of the process, I think it's beneficial no matter what the end game of the product is.
I'm going to just interject a comment that for anyone who wasn't part of this work group, an important thing that this group had to do was to say, well, why is this relevant to our charge? And it's relevant to our charge if it's focusing on climate change and how to sort of mitigate the impacts to climate change. So that's why I think that last phrase, resulting in climate net benefits, is there. And without it, it became really hard to say why this is within the realm of our charge.
Beth, could I add one more thing?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that this was written before the recent Chevron decision. The recent Chevron decision is based on statements, just that statement right there that prioritizes something for environmental benefit. And now, since that decision, I don't think that agencies are going to be able to be that specific in recommendations.
That was actually discussed in, I think, the last group, right? Last meeting, Jeff?
Yes.
Charlie?
Yeah, I'll give my opinion. Right now, the average for review is 12 to 18 months, which to me is not terrible. It's really more of an issue of cost, being $7.8 million. That's where we eliminate a lot of the competition and just it costs so much to get a product through.
So we have a motion on the floor and a second to strike the blue language. Is there any more discussion? Okay, so I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor of striking the blue language, vote aye.
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 All those opposed, all those opposed say nay. Nay. Any abstentions? Okay, so it carries that we're striking the blue language.
All right, the other thing that came up from this morning for discussion was if we'll go down Venus to the other change. Was Rod telling?
She's just gonna make a note, I think.
Okay, was Rod telling Congress what to do with their money? And frankly, I don't have a problem with that. I truly thought we were meeting in Pennsylvania because he was gonna be the vice president. And then you could tell Congress what to do. Okay, did anybody have any, before we get to that one, this other piece of yellow that we added? Okay, we just keep on trucking because that's part of the original motion. Good job, Emily. All right, keep on going. All right, well, okay, so I don't know if there's, I don't necessarily have an issue with the FRRCC telling EPA to put a staffing request together and include it in the president's budget and then tell Congress to, you know, and send it to Congress because that's what happens. Maybe we just need to put the submission to the president's, EPA could include that in their president's budget request. And I'm not putting words up there yet. I'm just talking out loud. You know, EPA we're requesting EPA look at their staffing, especially in these new emerging areas, and work that into their budget request to the president, which then forwards that to Congress. We could change the language to say something like evaluate realistic staffing needs to meet the increased submissions of biotech and submit that request to the president for the executive budget or something along those lines. Do you mind telling the president what to do?
Yeah. My main goal is to not tell this committee what to do. So whatever you want to do.
So I'm only going to, I'm gonna maybe make a point of reference and then I'm gonna ask you to repeat the language that you just stated. And I think this came up in at least one or maybe two ad hoc work group meetings in regard to current EPA staffing levels and how it has been historically low for like the last 20 years. And then I also just want to make a point, because again, this was discussed in the ad hoc work group, so ultimately you all to do what you'd like to do, that the amount of data has increased significantly, requiring additional resources because those packages are now very, very complex, very much a lot more so than they were in previous phases.
So basically the way I see this stuff playing out is that it gives the EPA administrator a little cover to say, even our FACA, our Farm and Ranch Rural Communities Committee is requesting that we submit appropriate funding levels for programs X, Y, and Z. And you use us as the cover to push those requests forward. Now I got them all fired up.
Charlie and then Tom.
Yeah, does that mean that if they can't do this, they don't have to take any action to try and improve their process? I would hate this to be an excuse for them not to improve their processes.
I don't see it that way. I think this is just one phase of it, but these are all independent. They're not, they're mutually exclusive of each other. They're not dependent on each other.
Tom?
We've made recommendations in the past for EPA to have a regional ag advisor in every region and that kind of thing. And we didn't direct them with how to get the funding to do that.
Yeah.
We just said EPA should have a regional ag advisor in every region. And I think we could do a similar thing here, is just say, you know, EPA should have realistic staffing to accomplish or to meet the needs of increased submissions and review. I mean, and that we're not telling them where to get the money or how to do it, but
that's what we want.
Yeah.
With that, maybe we stop after submissions.
So you're saying it's a motion to, wait, did we have an emotion? We're just
I
discussing.
think you may want to say evaluate achieving or achieve realistic staffing needs or something like that. Rather, evaluate's one thing, but staff up's another. EPA should have adequate staff to meet the needs of increased submissions.
I'm gonna throw a word out here for readability perspective from a grammar, maybe prioritize. Might be a word. I'm just.
What can you say instead?
Yeah.
No, I mean, what did Tom say?
He said, for staffing, to evaluate the staffing to make sure. So again, we're just kind of chatting out loud. So I'll type whatever y'all like me to.
So I think you could basically say EPA should prioritize staffing needs and take out evaluate and realistic.
So EPA should prioritize staffing needs to meet the increased submissions and review process to timely evaluate emerging biotech submissions. Is it just me or does that not read well?
It doesn't read well.
So what do we want it to say? I can't hear you.
To evaluate emerging biotechnology submissions in a timely manner. I just didn't, it's that timely thing that's in.
Hold on one sec, Chris.
Yeah, there you go.
Submissions in a timely manner. Chris?
And Jeff, I'll ask you as a state director, I'm just thinking back when we were trying to get things done. I mean, would we go as far as to request or say something in here to ask EPA to do kind of a workload analysis in terms of this is what we're seeing, this is what our normal person hours to get something done, and basically to develop the data to justify the additional bodies. I mean, what I'm saying is this is kind of a general, okay, prioritize your staffing needs. We could go that next step, and that's, that's been my experience. That's how you really justify what the bodies are that you really need. But I don't know if we would want to go that far.
I don't know. This came about from our discussion that we've asked EPA to do these things up above. And the discussion led to, we want to make sure we give EPA some tools to do the stuff up above. So Emily, you've got your 10th up.
I wasn't gonna respond directly to that, but just, I think don't feel like there's any issue saying Congress should do something. I get why, like, we're making recommendations to EPA, but they're public, they're on a website, people look at them, like, they get used, and just was looking back and our last, like, in the 2022 recommendations, we had a whole bunch of places where it said, EPA should get money from Congress to do this. And so again, I don't feel like I have any issue with saying, so I'm fine with the language we're putting in here, but I think it takes away the point if we're saying we recognize EPA keeps, like as Rod had said, asking for more money for the pesticides office. And if we put ourselves out there saying they're asking for this, they're not getting it. Like, we think we want to go on the record as saying we think they should get those resources or else this can't happen. I would be comfortable putting that in there too.
So I'm only gonna make one point. You wanna go? I'm gonna make maybe two quick points, specifically in response to that. One, and this is table setting, from a budgetary perspective, the agency does submit budget requests to the budget office that then advances to OMB. So there potentially is space that if the committee would like to put language in prioritization of their budget requests, in that aspect, which looks and feels a little bit different from the directly to Congress, because there's a couple of different layers. And then the second point, from our process and consistency of the language, is that this timely manner maybe looks and feels a little different from expediting. So I think there's an aspect of this should be expedited, and I think there's now something that says something timely. Those may or may not be one and the same.
And I just want to note, Emily, I'm going to let you come back to respond to that, I think, but then after you, Bill and Charlie, you've put your name down. Okay.
I was gonna say on that, I think that expedited is like related to something else. I think what we're talking about is like, in general, there's gonna be a bunch of products and like review should be done quickly. I think the other point was like, for some of them, and the way it's framed now, there would be even expedited. But I think this is like I think what it sounded like yesterday. I mean, again, the data we saw was on USDA approval time, but like if something takes like hundreds of days, that feels, 540 days seemed long to me. I mean, so I think this is just like, all of them should be timely. Some should be quicker than timely.
I was just gonna make a simple point, which is that we also don't really have to overthink this, because the House and Senate Ag Committees already a year ago asked, we did a staffing assessment by division. We provided that to Congress. We crunched the numbers. We actually know what our shortfalls are. Like, all that's already been done. We just don't have the money. So I think just to not put too fine a point on it, the fact that this committee is even addressing this is just consistent with what a lot of chorus of voices are saying. So I don't think you have to overthink it. If it shows up here, it's helpful, so we've been running the numbers. So at the request of Congress.
Bill, and then I think we'll call for a.
Well, you may have answered my question, Rod. With this language in here, will that help you in the future to be able to, take this to where it needs to go to get more help? And then also, a couple meetings ago, you mentioned that you had the ability to go ahead and hire 11 more, and where are you at on that? And is that part of this, or will that help by having that in here?
Yeah, so let me address both those quickly. First is, of course, whatever you all put in these recommendations always can be helpful for pursue. Yeah, if it shows up here, it carries a lot of weight. That's what the federal advisory committees are for. So certainly helpful, yes. To answer your second question, the new Ag and Rural Office, this is entirely within the Office Pesticide Programs, the language you're looking at now. The Ag and Rural Office is in the Administrator's Office, so those are separate staffing pools completely. Our new Ag Office is no new budget funding. We basically were taking FTEs that were through attrition, that were within the Administrator's Office that weren't otherwise being filled, and creating our new team. We're about halfway through the staffing process on that right now, but it would not relate to this at all, because it's a total different side of the agency. And actually, by the way, I've had to make that point to Congress, because they're saying, why are you hiring new people for the Ag Office when you need more people in the Pesticide Office? But they're just different sides of the agency. So yeah, it's a good question. Yeah.
So at this point, we need a motion to amend the language to address what's written here now. Do we have a motion?
Motion to amend.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion, or should I call for the vote? Okay, so all those in favor of accepting the language as amended here, highlighted in yellow on the screen, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, this carries. Let's move on, Jeff.
I believe that's our last major change that we included. If anybody else has any other comments on any of the other pieces of the recommendation. Otherwise, I think, Madam Chair, it's time for a vote.
just. Right, so we're just taking a vote, calling for a vote on the main motion to accept the,
We had an overall,
We had an
I moved
overall
at the
motion.
beginning for the overall
yeah,
motion, and then we did a lot of amendments in the middle, so I think we're prepared.
yeah. So, the vote is to accept and approve the, recommendations as amended, for group 2. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, it carries.
Good
So,
job, team.
Well done. Now we're gonna move to Chantel, to the third group. Right, once, once we get the notes caught up.
So Beth, if it's okay with you, I'll do mine in 3 batches since it's kind of broken up that way.
You had no edits since we originally sent this
No
out, yeah,
edits.
okay, so.
I'd like to make a motion to approve recommendations number 14 through 24 as written.
Second. A second, we've got a second. Any discussion? And sorry, this is 14 through what?
24.
That's what I said. Okay, 14 through 24. Any discussion? If there's no, does anyone need more time?
You can see a certain number. I can't show it.
Okay, so I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor of accepting these recommendations, 14 through 24, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, carried as written. Back to you, Chantel, when Venus and you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve recommendations 25 through 28 as written.
Any second?
I'll second.
Got a second? Any discussion? Okay, I'm gonna call for a vote. All those in favor of accepting, what was it, 25 through 28? Say aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Excellent. Next batch is accepted and carries. Back to you, Chantel and Venus, when you're ready.
I'd like to make a motion that recommendations 29 through 32 are approved as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the last batch? I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor of accepting number 29 through 32 as written, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Okay, this one carries. So we're done. Oh, right, so
Think about it.
I need a motion to accept
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move that we accept the overall recommendation and as amended and prepare to forward them to the EPA administrator.
Do I have a second? Second, Chantel. Any discussion? Okay, let's have a vote. All those in favor of, pardon? Folks online, are you along with us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. I'm gonna call for a vote to accept the motion to prepare these to send the bond.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Ryan.
So I know that was it the Solar for All was going back? Do we have to wait? Or
No.
what we passed or recommended will go to the administrator?
Correct.
And then
Yes.
we'll meet again and that will go to the administrator. So, okay, just wanted to confirm.
Yep, there will be no holdup. What we've just approved today, after this vote, assuming the vote carries, will get finalized. I will draft an accompanying letter and, send it to the administrator via, the ag office.
Point of reference, somebody can make a motion if you want to go back and have a discussion about the solar for all too, just FYI.
Bill.
I think it's in our best interest to fix everything right now and let's send it as one package. I don't know. I'm a fix it guy, you know? I don't like to put something off and say, we're gonna do it again and have another meeting. Can we discuss it now and fix it? Come to an agreement? I'm just asking.
I guess I'd want to see if there's general interest to do that. And if there is, then I'm happy to, then we can see if the motion and the second motion, are withdrawn.
Madam Chair,
I'm doing an informal poll.
I can happily withdraw my motion if you want to take a break for like 20 minutes and let the group work it out.
Folks online? Any reactions to this in the informal poll we're taking?
That's good with me.
And what is this? What are we doing? We're gonna talk about the solar stuff again? Is that what we're doing?
We're gonna take about 15-20 minutes, see if we can work offline to fix it in a way that is satisfactory to have us go through and vote on it. So that we're not putting it off.
Well, I personally think there's a lot more work to be done on it that can be done in 15 minutes.
And everybody else?
To do it properly.
Informal.
It was just an informal poll, so.
I agree with Jennifer. I think that this is just, there's two recommendations in it. They're about education. The discussion all has to do with background, and I don't think we can do it in 15 minutes here. I don't think we have the tools to do that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's Bill. I think I kind of agree with Bill Cowser that we ought to have, we're going to be in agreement, this is the meeting it all needs to come out of. And just personal opinion on that, 2 paragraphs, I think we should remember they are background and introduction paragraphs. So they're, you know, we're not bound by anything there. And just the, you know, solar for all, just the name of that project of what it specifically talks about is a pretty broad subject. And then, so I think we should kind of leave it like it is. We know there's lots of issues with solar on farmland, solar on rangeland. We're not gonna solve them, whether it's in this 15 minutes or if our subcommittee goes back for a 2-hour meeting. So that'd be would be just to leave it. My opinion is to leave it as written, and I don't have a problem with you guys. If you want to try to work it out in here today, that's fine with me.
So my proposal is Jeff, that you would, table your motion and we table the second. We take 20 minutes, see if we can find a path, come up with something during the 20 minutes. And we'll take a look at it when we get back together. And make a decision then or there, whether we pull your thing back or how we proceed.
I withdraw my motion.
And the second?
Second.
No, I mean, who was the second?
I thought I was being helpful.
I withdraw my second.
Thanks.
So before we go into a short recess here, I would say anybody that wants to powwow right here on solar, let's see if we can get something out of this meeting. We may or may not. If we don't, we'll take Bill's motion or Jeff's motion and we'll go forward.
Okay, so we will reconvene.
Order,
Pardon?
point of order. This is me, Beth. You do have a little bit of problem with Robert's Rules of Order here.
Yeah.
Technically, we weren't allowed to debate that motion to table. And I think you got a 2/3 vote to table it. Robert's Rules of Order says it's dead. So it would have to be brought back differently than what you currently have. So I think the comments that it's going to take more time to bring it back and to work on it would take more time than what we have here. So I don't know if you need to worry about that, Venus, or not, but I just thought I should bring it up. I knew while we were discussing table, we were outside of Robert's Rules of Order.
Right.
I think to bring it back, we tabled it with more than a 2/3 vote, which killed it.
It was
11 plus 6. It wasn't a 2/3 vote. Point of clarification, when the motion carried, it was only to simply table it. It was not table it to, there was never a time point. So there could be a motion to bring it up within the context of the meeting because it was not tabled until October. There was no timeline associated with it. And I believe if Madam Chair specifically said that if there was time, so I think we're good with it. I only maybe just from a standpoint of, and hopefully, do you mind if I, from a standpoint of where the committee is right now and some of the concerns around this, if the ad hoc work group is able to huddle a little bit and kind of think potentially with a path forward can take a lot of different vantage points. A path forward could be an agreement, potentially a vote or language that people can rally around. A table, agreement could be going back to the ad hoc work groups and coming back and presenting to the full committee. A table could be to utilize this to actually work with one of the other federal advisory committees as well. So I think there's quite a few different ways that you all could potentially approach this, and maybe having a conversation with a viable path forward and some agreement before we leave would be helpful, which could be a vote and recommendations, or it could be an opportunity to engage in some other ways. So just throwing that out there for you all to kind of think through.
Okay, so we are going to reconvene at 3:10 Eastern. And anybody who is interested in working on this, please come to right here. So take a break if you want.
Are y'all having discussion right now about this? Cause y'all are muted, I guess, in the room. I don't know if you can hear me or not. And y'all can't hear me, can you? Hello? Bill, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jennifer.
I guess they're having discussion and we aren't gonna be able to be included in the discussion.
Yeah, we'll just fine tune it for them. How's that?
I can hear you. Let me tell the host to see. Let me see what I can do with our IT person in the room.
Can you join from Zoom on your?
Well, that's what I was thinking.
If you can join from here, then we can.
So Bill and Jennifer.
Yeah, I
I'm
can hear
trying-
you now.
I'm trying to, where would the Zoom link be?
No, like, we're like, how do we do
Oh,
this?
Zoom link.
Phone doesn't want to download the stuff. It tells me that I'm trying to print, so I had to bring my computer down.
I've been having a hard time getting online.
I was the opposite. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that it's.
We don't need a consensus for everybody. We can get it close, just
Right.
get it on.
Like it shows.
Why is Micah on there?
Hey, Bill and Jennifer, Michael is bringing up, he's logging on so you can watch the track changes and have a part of the conversation.
And then I would turn.
Yeah.
They're not written to be utility stuff. There's nothing in there preventing them from like the wait, like what do you have to be to do?
Okay. Okay, Bill, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, Jennifer?
Yes.
You have to.
Oh, it's Sharon.
I think you should be able to go back there though, unless it's just the same.
It's not like we haven't been doing this. It's not like we haven't been doing this for
Yeah, replace.
4 years.
There you go.
All right. Okay.
So if we call that
Yes,
solar.
yeah.
Okay, so,
Be out there, so they cannot see it. Make it a little bit.
all right.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
make it bigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk to me, Bill. Can you see it?
A lot of times this is why I don't get.
I can.
Parties.
Okay, so again, we don't need a consensus here. We're talking to see if we can get to something. So
So we're saying one thing is
We're-
if we just call it solar.
for right now, so we're not specifically saying the solar for all program.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Generally okay with that?
Yep.
All right, let's talk about the first paragraph.
Does anyone have issues with the first paragraph or we could keep that? Because this is.
I
more
have issues
general.
with the first two paragraphs. I don't understand. I guess maybe Matt can explain it to me from a farmer's point of view, but I don't understand why
Yeah, I can't
we
hear
need
her.
to lift these up.
Jen, we can't hear you.
I'm gonna go turn the speaker.
The other thought I had was actually, we can also turn that speaker off and have it on here, keep
Yeah.
your volume go up.
If he could, he'd have to turn it off over there.
Where that goes off. So I was gonna turn the speakers off and we just do it from this computer. Cause then you
I
could,
know we're gonna be done with our
Yeah,
15 minutes.
but we kind of gotta hurry, but
Okay.
so generally, Bill, everybody, this is background. Do we want to take it out? Do we want to leave it in? Because if we're not talking about solar for all, we're talking about solar.
So,
See if we can hear Jennifer now.
Jennifer, do you want to try it again?
Yeah, I was trying to type in the chat.
Okay, so were you gonna say something about the first paragraph, Jen?
Yeah, I just need to understand why this is important at all, period. I don't get it.
It's setting background.
But what is the point of the background?
I think the problem is that we have in Northeast, there are large tracts of land that are leaving agriculture to go into these solar arrays. And there's a big concern, and it's an elephant in the room. And I think the reason that it should be included is that we want to make sure that the administrator understands that we understand there's a problem. That this is part of the background and that we're conscious of it. That's the only reason I think it should be in the background.
Well, but to me, the same thing is happening here. Thousands and thousands of acres are coming out of prime rice production on into solar. To me, the problem is not that the solar is going on agricultural land. To me, the problem is that the solar is apparently overly subsidized to the fact that going into a solar lease is much more economically feasible for a landowner than producing highly productive crops.
I agree with you 100%.
So to me, to state the elephant in the room is only agreeing with the process.
Well, I'm saying that that's the problem. Now you can add to the background information and say, we think that the problem is that it's over incentivized, which I think is why the problem exists.
I agree. Like the first sentence, maybe like is saying part of this is coming from Department of Energy saying we need so much more solar, and then they're incentivizing doing it. So Jennifer, I don't know for you, like I think we're in agreement maybe on the issue and like clearly this is one solution, but I mean I think it's saying like maybe even in that first right after that first sentence, like because of this, there's an influx of incentives for solar and we're, concerned about, what some of the financial incentives that are maybe unaligned with like broader national security, food security, whatever.
It's a good way to say that.
Yeah.
Well, to me, when you start pointing this out in this way and you start directing the funding away from any type of land, ag land, any type of land, then we're just opening the door for there to be regulations against it being on ag land, period. I mean, we're seeing that in Europe now, and I just don't want to open that door with any comments.
I think there's like a tension of what you're saying a little, like on one hand, you're saying there's too many incentives. But then on the other, you're saying you don't want to reduce the incentives for farmland. And so, I mean, one thing I like about this recommendation is I think it threads that needle by not taking anything away from ag, but just giving more tools for making decisions, helping provide resources for farms on like, if you want to do this in a way that allows growing to still take place, how you could do that. That's what I like about where we're headed in here. But I think it's hard to kind of have those two positions at the same time.
Well, I don't think I have two positions. I just don't believe that if those incentives are going to be available, they should be available for everyone. And what these comments are doing is suggesting that they be taken off the table for some, i.e. those who own highly productive agricultural land.
See, I don't think that's what it's saying. I believe that the incentives are there for everyone. And I mean, I think the problem being that there's too many incentives for solar. And yeah, I don't want to take away any money that's going into ag, but this money is not necessarily going into ag. And to tell you the truth, the majority of that money for solar is going to the developers. Unfortunately, it's not going to the farmers and it's not going to the landowners.
And that's why it's necessary to have the education, because people need to understand what is going on.
That's why the educational component is the recommendation.
So, yeah, I'm gonna scroll down here a little bit and we come back to this.
I mean, the recommendation is the meat and potatoes, and all it's asking for is to give more education.
I guess where
Yeah,
I'm,
and I can go with the recommendations if we'll take those, change the background information or take that out. I'll be fine with the recommendation.
but
Okay.
Jennifer, the background's not, the recommendations are what's important. The background is just setting up the recommendations. That's, I think we're thinking too much into the background here.
Well, it's still in writing and it's still in the government record.
I mean, honestly, if you wanna get rid of that background like you're suggesting, this is not gonna change the recommendation.
So the recommendation then, so if we got, let's say we got rid of the background, my sense, and I could be wrong, was like through here and through the first part, no one had issues there. And, but then I think the question would then be
People told me
this
was.
part 12, right? Like this, I think. So maybe let's leave to the side the background, because it sounds like even if, I don't know where the agreement is on the background, but that's not, it's a bigger question about like, what do we keep and what do we take out here? Like, I think this is where there was more pushback on.
Yeah. So to me, I don't care about the first bullet, but the second, third and fourth, we're still advocating for farms. Do you guys agree with that?
Jennifer, so what is your issue where there's those 4 bullets? That, right, with what's on the screen? I think I understand why you're against the first one, but what's the issue with this?
Well, it seemed to me like several of these are listed in the next bullets below. It seemed repetitive.
Saying that what?
It's repetitive. With this, let me see.
Cause see, that has prioritized solar on there, all the ground, best practices, keeping it healthy. I mean, a lot of that just seemed repetitive to me.
That's just more detail.
Yeah. I think we can pass this today. I really do. Okay.
Then, but if all of that up here is going in, if those, where you are right there, then if all this has to come back in, then to help minimize impacts of solar energy on our nation's best ag land and farm businesses, I object to that portion of that.
Sorry, Jennifer, I distracted us. Say that one more time. You object to?
The first bullet point, the portion that is not in bold. I don't have any problem in saying other land not well suited for farming, but then when you particularly speak to highly productive land, the first bullet point, no.
No, what I'm saying is we would keep possibly the next 3 and leave out the first one.
Well, I don't have a problem with the bold portion of the first one.
Wait, with what portion?
Prioritize solar siting on the built environment, contaminated land, and other land not well suited for farming. I just object to the rest of that.
Okay, well then let's do that. Everybody, Sharon,
You're fine. So the stuff you've highlighted blue we would bring back from, okay.
Yeah.
Jennifer, is that good for you? All the stuff in blue would come back? I mean, I think you probably need this because we are taking language from AFT. I don't know how you want to do that.
right here.
Well, if we're bringing some of it back, I think do you need it to be attributed to AFT or do you not care?
No, in fact.
It's better if it's not?
Probably.
Okay, fine, great. I'm fine. I'm actually fine. Okay.
Okay. All right, everybody here generally okay with this?
Yes.
And you will have the opportunity to. Okay, that's the end. So let's go back up. Let's see, what's this? We don't have time to put that in.
I don't feel like we really need to. We can just say that you should
Jennifer.
do it.
So the part where you added above like a bunch of, can I scroll here?
Yeah, sure.
You added above like information on land and home building owners. And I know you had this piece about other resources, but I don't think we have time to find them today. Is it okay to delete this? This part?
Are you gonna delete the land ones as well then?
We'll leave that comments in that you edited, but we would just take out, we don't have time right now to find resources and we don't want to have another meeting just to vote on the resources. So we would remove, we wouldn't add any new resources, but keep your language above.
Yeah. Okay, we are 1 minute from that.
That we don't have time.
Yeah,
Can I ask one other question? Sorry.
sure.
I think the only other thing that I want to talk about is the actual wording of 12, because that's the actual recommendation. And I think we're taking out the piece that like says something about balancing
So
a farm. and
here's
not
what I
farm,
would
but-
suggest there, when we break,
Yeah,
type up your suggested
Okay.
language, because we're technically got 1 minute.
okay, okay.
So that's perfect, just a goal.
If we're taking out solar for all at the beginning, does that need to be just solar in number 12?
Correct, correct.
So we should edit these anyway to take out solar for all, because we're
And
taking
I'll
solar.
do a search, I'll do a search and
So then, okay.
put that, okay?
There's 2 recommendations. I think if people, we wanted 5 more minutes and get 5 minutes. If we're so, no?
They're not even here, so we just won't call them back.
Okay. So really quick, let's look back, because I think the most important thing is our actual language of the recommendation.
Mhm.
Let's make sure we're lined on
Sure.
11 and 12, and then I think we're good on everything else.
Okay.
And how
Go ahead
can we
and
take
type.
out the background?
Go ahead
I
and
don't
type.
really can't see.
Yep.
They should provide some- That's fine. I think this is easy. Yeah.
Okay, so then.
We would take out solar for all. We would say solar funding, right?
Just make that, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, and then the next one should encourage solar. Keep clicking like over to the side.
Here we go.
Solar, is it funding recipients? Or is it then just like?
Choose solar developers to
Yeah.
design community solar and distributed solar energy programs to strengthen.
I think that you should.
And we haven't picked
Yeah, I think so.
specific either yet.
If you go like, solar funding, like recipient design community, I don't think you need to qualify as design.
Okay. Solar development in ways that.
I made those.
Yeah. It's been really good to look at it.
Did you have trouble hearing?
That design communities.
Take that out.
Sorry, I can't.
Yeah, this
like.
this keyboard is different than any other
I know.
keyboard I've ever had.
Why don't we want to strengthen farm?
I think we should, that's what
I
I'm saying.
think if you're strengthening rural vitality, that includes farm viability. I think it's
I
a
think
catch-all.
it's mentioning farm dairies like gets to the heart of what we're all talking about, so I would push that we say it in some way. Is there a way to say it that you're okay with, Jennifer? 'Cause I think like that gets to the heart of the point of all this is like, how can we balance, like, how can we make sure that we're, you know, the point is making sure it's not like that there's information and resources to allow farming.
How
to-
about agriculture and rural vitality instead of farm viability?
Okay.
You're not gonna, I mean, if you want farms to be viable, you're gonna put them in solar, and I don't think that's what you guys are
Okay.
recommending we do.
I'd say like strength and maybe and balance or something, but or whatever. Or that support instead of strengthen. Strengthen's like kind of confusing. I don't know. I'm just playing here.
Yeah. I told you,
Kill myself here.
keyboard is different than any other one.
So development ways to
And rural viability.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, so
You can always save this before.
Yes,
You should save this before we
I
lose
will,
it.
yeah. So, yeah, well, it's already saved. Yeah, it's.
Hey, Beth,
Yeah.
were you able to find any more regionally, more regional resources than just those ones?
I asked
Here on the
our
desktop.
people who do this work and they said they're not aware of more out there. So, but that's why I added language to say that these are examples and we just need, these are examples and we need more regionally relevant and operationally relevant resources.
Where you at?
At the very top.
Jennifer was asking about, did I find more regional resources? There's just not a ton out there.
There's something she cut two paragraphs, but there's still this, but this, you're right, is now about solar for all. Like, so I think that,
Yeah, start from there.
we need, you're right, we need something before this. Like, it's okay to mention solar for all, even if that's like not our focus anymore, you need like one sentence, cause so maybe something like, we know solar development has a lot of incentives right
Go
now.
ahead, please.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think we leave it in right there, don't you? Leave the Solar for All program as an example of, is
Cause I wanna add it, but I think.
that what you're saying, Emily?
I think, right, like, because now this isn't only about solar for all, we need like a background sentence that is
Yeah, yeah.
before that part of, we can still talk about solar for all, because we talk about it in the recommendation,
We're gonna keep those and then go into those two.
yeah, what do we do? Those two paragraphs. I think we, really, I think that, do we, well, I mean, I'm fine either, like, either, I don't know.
Is that gonna stay?
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Doesn't want it to stay, I guess the question is, where's the pulse of the group? So if it doesn't stay, we need something, because we kind of made this whole section now just solar.
Yeah.
And then the only background is about solar for all, so if we take the, like,
I think we keep those.
yeah.
That's my
I
gut feeling.
think there's no reason not to keep it if you wanna,
Please,
with
I'm like trying to accommodate.
but I think.
Jennifer, do you feel like with the way we've changed everything, you're okay to keep these two paragraphs now? Or no? Is there specific things in this that you really gives you heartburn?
What if we preference it with what Tom said, where FRRCC believes in.
How do you say supports private property rights
We're at Tom.
at the very beginning?
Like literally up here at the very beginning.
The first statement.
All right, go.
The FRRCC supports private property rights and a landowner's right to make decisions about their property.
Alright, I think it should be the first sentence of the second paragraph.
Okay.
And just, it's sort of.
No, I think it needs to be right up front.
Okay.
And then I would add before that Department of Energy, we realize solar energy has been over subsidized and is taking prime agricultural land out of production. Because we feel it is more important than food, apparently. I don't know.
Keyboard that's different than any other keyboard in history.
Yeah, it's like it's written for a different language or something.
And it's. I go. Okay, we can at least.
Alright, wait, no, let me
We can
delete
at
that
least do
really
something
fast,
like this.
okay, we're good.
Are you?
I mean,
I'm just going up
We're
here.
gonna leave that there.
Okay,
Okay.
we're gonna leave that there. The only other question was Jennifer moved this sentence, so I think we're gonna, if we keep those paragraphs.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be in there twice then.
Okay, so we're deleting it here. I think, alright, this is all fine. Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, alright, so we're putting
Let's call
back.
back and see if we're gonna.
All right, folks, let's all come back to your chairs. We're ready to go.
That's okay. I'm like,
I
I
just-
get to play with it.
So.
Alright,
Hey, can everyone get back to their seats?
alright. It works kind of good.
That's why I don't invite
Hey,
you back. to
they
the
were
party.
here when we took roll call, so it's illegal. It's illegal.
You can't leave this.
Seriously. We don't have to have a quorum on.
Okay, so. Safe travels, Charlie. Thanks for coming.
I'll get everybody back space.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Who's sharing their screen?
Any FRRCC members who are standing in the room, can you please come take your seats? Okay. So if I'm correct, where we parted ways for 20-25 minutes was to say, we're gonna see if we can put together some language where we think we could all review and agree on this last set of recommendations around solar energy. So is there a motion to put this back on the table?
Madam Chair, I move to remove the solar discussion off the table.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay. I think I'm gonna turn it over to Michael, who's got the computer. But first of all, I just want to say, Jennifer and the folks here in the room who are crowded around us at this side of the table, I really, really appreciate that quick thinking and work on your feet. So Michael, you'll take us through?
I will. So so if everybody will bear with me here and thank the folks that helped here. We took Jennifer's recommendations that was up earlier and let's see, hang on one second. There's still 3 in the hall, but it's okay. So we added 2 sentences at the beginning and then brought back in everything that's blue. So we brought back in the first 2 paragraphs. And I'm just going to walk through this real quick so everybody can see the general concept of what we're doing. I can. Okay, so anywhere it says solar for all, well, there's one spot where solar for all isn't. Anyways, generally where it's going to be solar for all, it will say solar. So it's not going to be specific to one program. We're going to leave in her changes for home and buildings. We don't have time to get the resources for the rooftop installation, so that's going to stay out. And then maybe Emily, since you.
Now it's the parts in blue are staying.
Yeah, Emily, you kind of drove this bus here. Do you want to talk about what your thoughts were there?
Yeah, I think, I mean, in the end, we just went through kind of bullet by bullet and figured out where there was agreement. And so the blue, anything in blue means it's coming back. And the things that are, except for, hang on, except for the one above.
No, we're bringing back part of the first
Yeah.
sentence.
The first one in blue, we're just bringing back that word. We're just keeping rural vitality, I think, but then below, everything in blue is gonna be live words. It's gonna come back into the draft. So it seemed like there's a lot of disagreement on the first bullet on that list. So we cut the part where there was disagreement and the part in blue there was agreement on, and then the second, third and fourth bullet, there was agreement. So we're bringing those all back. I know it's like a little, I don't know if people have questions, I think one of us could probably answer it. What we did, we worked hard, but we didn't get to like actual clean up all the language.
And our intent was to not necessarily get to final languages. It was to get to where it could bring it back to the floor. So that's the big picture of what we're doing. I'll go back up to the beginning. And then just for the sake of discussion, I will make a motion to bring, I know this is kind of ugly, but I'm going to bring it to the floor as written here, just for discussion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Sorry, any discussion?
Michael, it might be helpful as you go just to bring back, like, so here, the 2 paragraphs would exist the part that's struck through right now would come back to the text along with this new kind of preamble, 2 sentences.
That's correct.
Do you want to do that live so people can see what it looks like?
I will attempt to do that.
I know now from working on your computer, it doesn't like
So how
to do
do we
that.
turn off track changes then?
Go to review. And you want to not accept those changes.
We want to,
Well, no, wait. You want to highlight this first part?
You want to,
do you want to drive?
Yeah,
Cause I don't know how to do that.
I think I want to drive. Whoops. Where'd it go? Oh dear.
All right.
Okay. So I think we want to. Accept this change.
Okay.
And then we want to
Reject all of that.
reject this. Reject this change.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Take the, do you want to take the blue off?
Yeah, I can take the blue off. Okay, so we're keeping this as like this. And then, we will be getting rid of, I'm just gonna accept, well, do I need, you want me accepting the changes as we go, or?
Yeah, I would. Let's get it to
Accept this change. Actually, I should just say accept. And move to next.
I think it makes sense to accept them and like the one, like make the actual changes, because then we can look at each paragraph and make sure nothing is wrong.
Sorry, say that again?
I think it makes sense to go through and like accept the changes we're accepting, reject the ones we were rejecting, and then look at each paragraph and make sure that they actually make sense.
I agree.
Just before we voted in,
Yep.
like, if we're like, oh, that actually didn't work out.
It's a bit weird now. Accept. Right. Shoot.
Undo.
No, I just did that there for review. Right, so this one we don't want to accept.
Correct.
Checked.
So while we're cleaning this up, is there any discussion, any thoughts that need to be made?
I think that blue right there, Beth, is supposed to actually get deleted because we replaced it with agriculture instead of farm viability. Do you remember that? So take out farm viability there
Oh, so it's just agricultural
and
viability?
rural vitality, yeah.
Agriculture,
You can undo it.
where am I undoing? This thing?
Yeah, so I would accept that.
That support ag and rural vitality. Okay. Well, yeah, I thought I had.
I think if you just accept that whole paragraph with all the changes in it, that's
Because
correct.
so we don't want the blue you're saying for sure.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
so just
Yeah.
accept all that. I
Accept
think,
and move to next.
yeah.
Accept. Wait, no, we're keeping everything. No, we're
Everything
getting rid of
stays.
I
this.
think cut the rural vitality there.
While also strengthening rural vitality.
Cut rural vitality, I think.
What about?
Because it's in blue, I think that meant we were cutting it and going back to the previous language there.
So we're keeping farm viability.
I think so. I don't know, I think we agreed on that, that's why it's blue.
Okay.
We agreed to bring it back.
I'm confused. We didn't keep this, right? We're not keeping this. Oh. Doesn't want a time. And we're not strengthening arm viability, we're strengthening farm
We
viability.
want to strengthen arm viability.
Okay, but we're rejecting this one. Um. Rejecting this. Wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Here, back to you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for your patience. So now we're back to whatever small group that was that came to a very quick acknowledgement of where we're at. Now, I wanted to, I guess, I would just make a motion to, as written here.
Right, so we had the motion that brought it back on the table.
Mhm.
So then, yes, right.
So I'm at the pleasure of the group. Do we read all of this? Do I show it up there as big as we can? Or how does everybody feel comfortable going forward?
I think maybe for people's benefit, if you have the previous draft, the only addition here are the first two sentences. So maybe like focusing your attention on those.
Okay, there's no discussion there. And then everywhere it says solar for all, it will say solar to make it a little more generic. Oops.
Oh, and everywhere it said farm, it's now saying, or in most places where it says farm, it's now saying farmland, slash home, what is it? Home building, something like that?
Home/building.
Home/building.
And then we did amend this first. So the formatting went off a little bit there. It's okay.
Right, that where it says one way solar for all funding is being used, that won't be a bullet. Yeah.
Should that one just say, should that still be solar for all here? I feel like maybe no.
Right.
Like that, the first recommendation seems like it's more about solar for all. This one, everything should say solar.
Right, so advancing community solar programs that strengthen farm viability with solar energy or with solar. In that title too.
Okay. Any issues so far? And then on the first bullet, we cut off the second sentence.
It still says arm viability.
Wait, where?
Next to the blue.
Oh.
I got it.
I had enough.
It's ugly, but it says farm. Okay. And then
There's
moving,
another solar.
I'll do a search for solar for all here in just a second and make sure we don't make any mistakes, but. So the sake of moving forward, I'm gonna make a motion to accept as amended on the screen.
So we have a second. Okay, any more discussion then, or any discussion on this? Motion to accept it as amended. Emily?
Just one small point. The first bullet in this list, I actually,
And
where it says
this list?
ensure rural communities are able to access, I actually think we didn't talk about this in detail, but I actually think that one should be solar for all, because we did all, I think, acknowledge that we want to make sure solar for all is available in rural communities and not just in urban communities. So I think, I know mostly we're saying most of the background stuff is solar, but some I think still just is specific to solar for all. That's one. And the final bullet in here is another one. I'm not sure on that one, but the rest of it seems like we made the right changes.
I think the last one.
Right, it seems like it makes sense for that last bullet to keep it.
No, I'd keep that one.
Keep it.
Keep it, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I agree.
Thanks, Emily. Any other comments? Anyone online? Jennifer? Bill, Barry, I don't know who else we still have left online.
I'm good.
Yeah, my Nexium's starting to kick in.
Wait, what'd you say? What'd you say?
I said my Nexium is kicking in.
Does this sit with you better, Jennifer?
Yes, it's much better.
Good.
I'm not happy, but it's much better. How's that?
Good. No, that's progress. That's good.
Good.
Okay, so any other discussion on this? All right, I'm gonna call for a vote. All those in favor of accepting this these two recommendations as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions?
I'm abstaining.
Okay, we've got 2 abstentions. I think we've carried. So now, Jeff.
Can I just say,
Oh.
thank you sincerely, everybody that helped.
Yeah, definitely. That was heroic.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I move that we accept the ad hoc work group's reports as amended and prepare them to forward to the EPA administrator.
thank you. Do I have a second?
I second that recommendation.
Thank you, Chantel. Any discussion? Okay, I'm gonna take a vote. So all those in favor of accepting the recommendations as amended and getting them prepared to send forward transmittal to this EPA administrator, please say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, it carries. Woohoo! This was wonderful. I really thank you all. So yeah, so what's gonna happen with this now is I will take this stuff back. I will make any grammatical typo formatting sorts of edits that are needed. I will not be changing the content. And then I draft a letter that to help transmit this. And then it will go through Venus and Rod to go to the administrator. So that's excellent. And now let me get back to my agenda. I guess Venus, we're at the sort of next steps part of this before we wrap and have any closing comments. And I don't know if you wanted to say anything about conversations with other FACAs or anything like that.
So first of all, let me just say congratulations, you all. I know this is a huge lift and really appreciate you all coming together, collaborating, and really proud of the work that you all have done. As the chairwoman mentioned, there have been several touch points over, I would say, the course of maybe about 8 months, give or take, regarding other federal advisory committees. As you all may or may not know, there are currently 23 federal advisory committees at EPA. And so we make up one of those 23. And there's always been encouraged to look for opportunities for collaboration. We have been, and so I would say, we've been approached by federal advisory committees, other FACAs, for some things that have some synergies in the standpoint of what that looks like. And then also we have I'm going to call it maybe some directive from which stem from our recommendations that were submitted at the early part of this year, specifically around collaboration and looking for ways to work with LGAG. And so that's the Local Government Advisory Council that none other than our own Jeff Woody sits on. So he plays kind of dual roles. He sits on FRRCC as well as the LGAG. So there are several opportunities, I would say, as we were kind of thinking through some of this. I think this was also mentioned during the meeting in Santa Fe. The chairwoman decided that she really wanted the committee to focus on kind of getting the recommendations kind of over the finish line. But now that we have a little bit of runway with the current seated committee. So we've got, all of our members are on until November 1, I believe that's when November 1, or October 31st. And so there are several months that there might be some opportunity for further collaboration or to explore some topics of mutual interest. And so so the LGAC is one. We have also been approached by EFOB, that is the Environmental Finance Advisory Board out of the Office of Water. And I believe that the chair spoke to her, the chairs of the committees have spoken. The DFOs have actually spoken also on ways to look at opportunities for collaboration. A lot of the work actually, some of the public-private partnership finance came, I would say not a lot of the work. There was some engagement with a former EFOB advisory committee member that's no longer with the committee regarding some of the creative mechanisms and the financing components. They're actually also interested in some solar work. They pretty much voted on a steering committee, for lack of a better term, to look in and begin to kind of explore opportunities of mutual interest for both FRRCC and EFOB. So that's another opportunity. Lastly, both Rod and myself attended the Children's Health Advisory Board. I think it's CCHIP. There's so many acronyms in the federal government, you all. And the Office of Children's Protection and Health sits in the Office of the Administrator. And so again, they have their own federal advisory committee. And both Rod and I addressed I think their last meeting was in May, which was at EPA headquarters. And I know that they're also interested in looking for ways to collaborate specifically around children's health and more connected on the rural space. So I think that there's a couple different opportunities as we kind of, close out and tie a nice little bow around the current set of recommendations that you all have voted and approved. That again, to the chairwoman's point, will advance, we'll do our cleanup, it'll advance to the administrator, but then there's also several months that work can continue to happen. And we should potentially look at ways that if people are interested in working with another federal advisory committee, and again, just from a timing perspective of where their committee is currently right now versus where you all are, I would say they kind of follow their own little timeline. And so kind of being mindful, this is a really good time because you all have essentially completed the work that was asked of you. So you all, you all accepted your charge, going to close those recommendations out, but there's still, I think, some opportunity to either build on what you all have already done or explore new potential options of things that again are mutually beneficial or have some synergies that kind of cross over other types of other federal advisory committees and the type of work that they're prioritizing.
Can you help me? Thanks for that, Venus. Help me understand what would be our process for bringing anything to life then? Like if we found areas of common interest, what then?
I think that's going to heavily be dependent upon where the other federal advisory committee is and kind of the chair's wishes and then the DFO. So for example, with EFOB, because that's the one, that's again, the Environmental Finance Advisory Board, they basically voted to accept to have a steering committee to really look at ways and explore. I have actually attended 2 of their meetings because they were interested in really the work that the FRRCC was doing and kind of you all's angle and what that looks like. And again, both Beth and I have, engaged, but we're really mindful of the kind of the timing of where you all were. There was a lot of ad hoc work group meetings going on. You all were kind of steeped in your space, and we want to be also very mindful of your time and, and the bandwidth, because again, these federal advisory committees are work, right? So their commitments and their times and there's meetings and outputs. So you all could decide, and I mean, Beth as a chair, to maybe potentially identify persons who are interested in maybe forming a little steering committee per se. Maybe one for LGAG, one for EFAB, and then one for Children's Health. And then begin kind of the exploratory conversations around connecting with a group maybe of those respective federal advisory committees to really look at ways to begin to talk about some exploratory topics without any type of commitment. I think depending on the outcomes of that type of engagement, I think there's opportunity for, either a tiny ad hoc work group to be developed to actually work on some joint recommendations or, excuse me, or an opportunity, like for example, Children's Health, at least the last time I engaged with them, they actually didn't have a charge that they were working on. So maybe there's something that would potentially help support in that may have changed because I haven't spoken to them in a minute. But there might be opportunities for looking at ways of, where the angles that they're interested in and where, maybe that could even help shape guide what that looks like in the work that they're doing as well. So I think that it's open. I don't think it's narrow. I think that there's a lot of opportunities for engagement depending on where the committee wants to go.
But so if we found areas of common interest and we start working on something, who does it have to come and do we have to bring back those recommendations to us to approve and they have to bring it back to them to approve? What?
So it would still have to follow the same, we're still subject to the same FACA laws or policies. So for example, if there were to be, and I'm going to speculate here, let's just say we're working with EFOB and there's been a potential project of mutual interest and there's a lot of interest in that. And this, there's I'm going to call it a steering committee or an ad hoc work group that comes in and they work on those specific topics. And then the recommendation is for to advance or have collaboration with the full committee. At that point, we would need to call a public meeting. The EFOB would have to call their public meeting. We could potentially have the public meetings together, but it would have to get buy-in and the standpoint of what that looks like. So there would not be anything that would advance as it relates to going all the way to the administrator without both the approval of both of the federal advisory committees. So I think, again, we're a little bit premature in the standpoint of will there be an advancement of any type of recommendation between now and October 31st? Probably not. But are there ways to really look at either building off of what you all have already worked on, exploring some areas that you didn't necessarily get to sink your teeth into just from a timing perspective, or collaborating on areas of interest, emerging technologies, or potentially identified needs, like from an EFA perspective, or identified needs from children's protective health, that there might be some opportunity for collaboration, again, exploring topics, and then those topics would also need to be voted upon. And you'd have to adopt them, and then you would have to, or the chair would have to adopt and then present that information to the full committee.
Okay, so whoops. So if we could have a brief conversation here on, it seems like the first step would be to see if there's interest. And I know we had talked about this briefly in a previous meeting and put out an email for folks to express some interest if they might be, to express it if they would be interested in perhaps being part of those exploratory conversations. I think I heard from maybe 2 people. So I don't know whether that just meant it got lost or there was an interest. So that's why I kind of want to have a few minutes of a conversation here to see if there's just interest in seeing if there's a there. So we're already over time, so let's just try to keep this to 10 minutes if we can. Chris,
I think Jeff had his up first.
okay,
Doesn't matter.
sorry.
Go for it. Oh, no, I just, interest, I know I've indicated a couple times and we've talked about it here. I think that it's, especially with the technical assistance conversations that we've had and the interactions with the municipalities and counties, especially in the rural arena, I think that the interaction with the LGAC would be very, very useful. Highly advocate for it and would love to be part of it. Thank you.
Jeff?
Early on, James and I had the conversation, and it's kind of centered around outreach into those rural underserved communities with some of the things like what Chantel was talking about earlier, making sure they had the resources and the technical assistance and whatnot. But as I sit on the LGAC and sitting on this, there's a lot of topics that come up. PFAS was number one. And one of the things, oh man, listen to that rain. Isn't that awesome?
Jeff, we don't get that.
No, we don't get that kind of stuff. So PFAS is an example. On the LGAC, I led a work group to look at PFAS in water systems. And there's a lot of rural areas that we cover that have water systems. But lately the discussion has been, and I've spent a lot of time dealing with this on the other side, is biosolids and land application of biosolids. And that is a perfect example of something that could come before this work group, this committee, FRRCC. And if we had a charge, in the future, it would be nice if instead of from the bottom up, Beth, of us trying to figure out how we would work it together, if as we're moving forward with the next charge, as we're looking at those charges, there could be some overlap that the administrator charges the FRCC on and charges LGAC on, or one of the other 22 other than those two packets. So a little direction from the top down would be good too, but things like the PFAS is going to get us. And if you've been doing land applications of PFAS because out of the goodness of your heart, taking it out of the municipal systems, look out, it's coming.
Yeah. Anybody else have any thoughts? Anyone online? Emily?
I was actually gonna ask Jeff if I like the idea of like having a future charge, but if you have a sense of what are some of the things the committee's working on now, because I think it would help to know if there's things that jump out to you as being opportunities at this moment too.
One of the hot topics that LGAC is working on now is plastics and what to do with all the plastics and plastic waste out there. And I remind them periodically that, well, yeah, plastics they're a headache for all of us, right? You get the plastic bags blowing into your fields, you get them stuck in your machines, you get the water bottles and all that thing, and it'd be nice to do away with them. But at the same time, there's a reason why plastic was put out there, and there's shipping reasons, and there's a bunch of, container type reasons. And the worst kind of plastic that I have dealt with is Girl Scout cookies, because there used to be 40 cookies in a box and now there's only 18 because they fill them up with plastic. I mean, what's that all about? But those are some of the discussions that a lot of those folks on the LGAC, because they're municipal and county government typically, they don't think about the impacts and the why on the other side of the equation. That's one example.
So I think that is very much a rural problem, because agriculture is one of the largest plastic between greenhouses and silage covers and plastic pots. So it seems like that would be a natural fit for our committee.
Okay. Your card is coincidentally still up. Okay. So what I think I'd like to do is just take a vote to ascertain that indeed there is interest to pursue these. if we decide that, if we vote that there is interest to pursue something, then I'm gonna ask for, ideally, I would love names right now. Dave, there is no pressure. I don't, like, we could vote to say we're interested in it. And we might only have 2 people who say they're interested in LGAC, and that may be just as far as it goes. So a vote to say we're interested shouldn't mean that you feel compelled, like, it's fair to say, I don't have the bandwidth, so that's fine. I don't know if that's what your smile meant, but I just wanted to preempt that, like, it shouldn't be perceived as pressure. So all those who are in favor of having a group of folks who have some exploratory conversations with one or more of these 3 advisory committees, please say aye. Okay, and if there's any nays, you're gonna have to say it really loudly. If there's any nays, say nay. Huh? It's really, for the folks on the phone, it is pouring or hailing, I don't know what, but it's really loud. Any abstentions? Okay, super. So it seems like there's general interest or support for some exploratory conversations. I think I have so far Chris and Jeff and Graciela. Right, but is yours is there a preference for the LGAC or for the EFAB or the Children's Health one? Children's Health. Okay. Huh? LGAC. Okay, you know what? Let me just make note of this. So Chris, Jeff, W, Sarah, LGAC.
Would it be easier for us to just send you an email that we're interested?
The only reason I didn't want to do emails, we tried that before and I didn't hear from many people. And I know some of you may send me an email afterwards and say, I've thought about it. And yes, I would like to, that's fair. I just thought if I could capture folks now. So Graciela, you said Children's Health. Is there anyone online who's interested in being part of some sort of exploratory folks committee? Okay, I'm saying no. Anybody else here? Matt, which one? Plastic, so that's LGAC? Okay. Okay. So thanks for that conversation. My next question is there anything, are we doing anything organized tonight or? Huh? Okay, so we're gonna do our wrap up. I think, first of all, we may or we may not have some sort of additional meeting, right? I guess it depends what happens in the next few months. So I'm gonna just take this chance to say thank you to all of you. It has been a real pleasure and a learning opportunity for sure, for working with all of you. You know, Tom, you and Lauren had it hard because you had to do it in the pandemic when we were all learning how to do this virtually and we didn't get to meet one another. You didn't really, if you didn't know the people on the phone, you weren't going to get to know them during that time. So I feel really lucky that we've been able to meet in person. And I want to thank everyone for their readiness to share their opinions, their readiness to explore these opportunities, these issues, and to you know, be a constructive and productive group, and we can disagree and find our path forward. And not to be corny and metaphorical, but I think that's what we all have to do in life nowadays too, right? And so I'm really grateful that we were able to make this a productive charter. And yes, thank you all for bearing with me as I as I digested Robert's Rules of Order. After that Colorado meeting, I went out and I bought the book and I just started highlighting and I called up a lot of people and I got pointers and I still feel like there's a lot to learn. but thanks for bearing with me on that. I know it hasn't always been easy. But this has been really good, and thanks to EPA for chartering us and for supporting us. It's really good. Really, really appreciate it.
But can I don't want to pile on, but I just want to, and sorry, I've been, sorry I had to take a call, but I also want to emphasize that last point, which is that realizing that there were some virtual meetings and things, but to actually get back to be able to meet in person, it's been years and years since this committee has been able to do that. And we've now had 4 of these meetings, and they're not always easy, and there's a lot of details involved. Thank you all for being patient with us, because we're a very small team pulling these things together. But what I'm excited about is that we've set a precedent now that this committee is going to be active, and that the meaningful, sort of substantive policy work that happens in this committee gets surfaced back across the whole agency. Everybody across the agency, even at USDA, knows that this committee is now active. So that is the precedent that has been set over the last 2 years. I know some of you are continuing on for another year, which is great. And some of you may reapply, which is also great. But just, I can't thank you all enough for helping us reestablish this. And I mean that also back to the last term as well, to establish the precedence of this committee being active. And Administrator Regan has paid attention and knows that this work is going on. He's referenced it in congressional hearings. I mean, it's on the map again. And I think that's really good for the agency. So thank you all for your leadership on that. And it's been a tremendous pleasure to work with all of you. It's been one of the best parts of my job here is working with this group, because you all are fantastic. So thank you for everything.
Same.
Just appreciate
So I just also want to again, congratulate you all for all the good work that you've done, how you all have shown up, continuing to, press forward. Even we deal with some pretty touchy, challenging things that have tremendous and huge impact to ag and rural communities, and that doesn't go unnoticed. So we really appreciate you all continuing to serve and to provide insight on how we can do our jobs more effectively at the EPA. I will also mention, because I have the floor, that there's a huge lift in the standpoint of, in the past year, we have established a new we did that too. It's been a busy year. But our new subcommittee of the FRRCC, the Animal Agriculture and Water Quality Subcommittee, and I think most of you all know they will be meeting this on Thursday and Friday respectively. Also just want to publicly thank Dr. James Pritchett for taking on leadership and serving as the chair of that subcommittee, as well as Tom McDonald for sitting in and being a member of that subcommittee. Because this is the first time that we have met since that has happened, just also want to maybe just table set a little bit about how ultimately the recommendations that will come from that subcommittee will ultimately come back through our tier 1 committee, which is the FRRCC, before it advances to the administrator. I know some of you all will be staying for the meeting at the end of the week. Others that can't participate, that's okay. They'll be recorded and the information will be provided. So I just wanted to at least kind of provide a little bit of a runway in the standpoint of what that looks like. The subcommittee is really kind of a time point. They will be hopefully wrapping up their recommendations, which again will advance to the FRRCC. Their timeline is 18 months from inception. So it's a relatively short timeline, but recognizing that what they'll be working on, and again, from the leadership, will definitely have impact. And so really appreciate all of everybody's interest. So whether you're on the subcommittee or not, there will still be opportunities for engagement. And again, I just want to reiterate that all those recommendations will still have to go through the FRRCC. So stay tuned, and obviously we'll provide any updates as they come available and as they're developing. They're in a pretty, I would say, infantile stage right now, in the very beginning, kind of table setting a lot of background information. And so, but again, stay tuned. There hopefully will be good things ahead. The other piece I just want to mention is that, I think most of you all are aware that we are in active nomination period. Our nominations opened up on July 22nd. They will close on September the 5th. So those that are interested in reapplying, obviously let us know and submit your information. For new people that are interested in public, we will accept all nominations. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us at FRRCC@EPA.gov. Because again, we're working through that. And I think I mentioned that the current group that's expiring, their terms go to October 31st of this year respectively. So I just wanted to also just make a plug that, and you all, to Rod's point, you set a precedence of what this committee does, how they show up, and the types of really great work, the stellar work and really the output. So anybody that comes behind this committee has some pretty large shoes to fill. And so we just appreciate all of your work. At that point, I don't think I have anything other to say. I will hand it back over to you, Beth.
We'll be convening Noah's Ark in a few minutes. I don't know what's happening out there.
Meeting on the Lido deck to jump overboard.
Those online don't realize it's free.
I know, I've not ever heard it this loud in a conference center when I thought we're not at the top floor either. Yeah. The last thing I'm gonna say is also thank you to Kelly for your support. Thanks to the regional ag advisors for what you do every day and for your support with us here. And Felipe as well. And then I challenge everybody to send a thank you email to Linda. When you're done. Anyway, I'm ready to close the meeting. So, oh, Tom.
What are the plans for tomorrow?
I think, are we gonna close first and then?
Oh, okay.
Let's close first. All right, so the meeting is now closed and adjourned, but we're gonna have our DFO do her little thing.
So this concludes day 2 of our hybrid meeting of the Federal Advisory, the FRRCC. Again, if to be consistent with our federal act, our FACA requirements, a summary will be available on our website within 90 days. If anybody, members of the public or the folks that are in the room would like to provide any commentary or written comments, please do so no later than 11:59 p.m. On August the 21st. And that will be submitted to FRRCC at EPA.gov. Again, that's FRRCC at EPA.gov. As well, if there are members of the public that have questions, or I'm sorry, members of the press, excuse me, it's been a long day, you all. Members of the press, please feel free to reach out to us at press@EPA.gov. And we will do our best to respond accordingly. I would say in this last hurrah, I also just want to thank our entire team of EPA, Rod and Felipe and Linda and Kelly, and our regional ag advisors who have definitely stood in. So just really, really just wanted to publicly thank them. Just really appreciate all the good work. A lot of things happen behind the scenes. And again, just appreciate each of you, Rod, and all just the vision. And so again, thank you all so very much. And I will hand it back over to our chair to close our meeting out. Thanks so much, y'all.
Okay, thanks. So with that, thanks to everybody who joined us online and for sticking with it. We're not, Barry, I hope everything works out well. And anyway, thank you for contributing. And I think we're going to close the meeting now and we can stop recording and take care, everyone online. Thank you. Bye-bye.